Howdy. Happy Tuesday. Happy debate day. I got no phone call telling me it's off, so I'm hoping it's on. How are we? I have been going like crazy. It is Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. First debate of Trump debating the, I don't know, cackling puppet. What do you call it? What do you call her? What do you really call her? I'm not quite sure. I'm just glad y'all are here. Who we got going on? So, I do know that I was just discussing this with some ladies today about how I had to write down who won the booby prize because YouTube deletes the comments. And it was Donna. Donna actually was the first one to comment. And then Miss Kim from Colorado came in. And then Big Dog Ma was right behind, was behind her. So y'all, thanks bunches. So yeah. Sherry, she's the first one in for like tonight, right before the show. And Miss Flatty. I'm hoping that it's going to be a really good stream. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to do it because I don't want it to be glitchy. We got an hour to fuck around with it and figure it out. So help all you techie people. So where were we? Troy, how are ya? Oilers, what's up? Ma, how are ya? Chief, how you doing? Savage, hi. And Dave Brown, what's up? I know, let's go. Moldova, what's up, darling? And Art, how are you, Artie? I'm looking over here. Because I put Disney on the computer. I hadn't had it on there before, but I put it on there hoping that I can stream it. We'll see if it lets me or if it's going to be too glitchy. Bobby, what's up? And Andy, how are you, Mr. Andy? And MacGyver. Run a test. I did. I do it all the time. And it said I had really good. Okay, here's the deal. I had 133 megabytes per second for download. And for upload, I had 37. I would say that that's pretty good. And every time I call them, they tell me, oh, it's your equipment. Your equipment sucks. How are you, MacGyver? You don't have a hammer. How come you don't have a hammer? I swear you've been here before. Kaylin, how are you? I'll try to get to it here if you're still jabbering in the comments. I will, or talking, not jabbering. Sorry. I will try to get you a wrench. I got to go to my phone to do it. And as anybody that knows me knows I have a problem with the squirrels. Holy moly, what's up? And Mr. Duggar, how are you? I'm ready to fucking rumble, Chief. Hell yeah. California, Ford 44. See, that's my There's my barn. There's my barn. I'm actually thinking about changing it to a flag. I need a big enough one though. Who else we got? MacGyver. Now I know where you're from. As soon as you said sup, Dave. Yep. Now it's all coming, but it's coming clear. Okay. 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 Who else? Who else? Joey. What's up? And Wanda E. How are you, darling? Okay, so like I said, we're gonna do some testing here, like testing 1, 2, 3. Are we all ready for this? Ready for this? Niels, how are you? So let's try this. Can you hear it right now?
Be our very own David Muir and Lindsay Davis, who will be moderating the first and likely only debate before the November election. Control. All right, so look, it is one thing to obviously meet your rival, but it's another thing to meet them on stage at the debate for the very first time, less than 60 days out from a consequential election. No pressure, right, Mary? None at all. But of course, those strict rules that you just mentioned were carefully negotiated by the campaigns. Let's go over them again. No opening statements, only closing remarks. Each candidate's microphone will only be turned on when it is their turn to speak. Otherwise, they will be muted. Former President Donald Trump won that coin toss and chose to deliver the last closing statement. Of course, not unusual for them to want to coordinate all of these details.
And Martha,
it's the details, indeed.
The details. And you've been at events. You've moderated general election debates. You, in fact, moderated that last amazing debate between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
The microphones were not muted. I can tell you that right now. You know, I always tell people the first debate I did in 2012, Joe Biden, Paul Ryan, I said it was like studying for college exams and then taking them in front of 70 million people. The debate with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump was like studying for college exams and then taking it in front of a firing squad. He would attack the moderator. You know, he would say I was unfair.
Okay, so everything sounds good.
Giving her more time. You really had to concentrate on keeping them both on message.
Okay, so I'm going to turn them
Donald
down.
Trump has changed the debate stage forever. He's changed the way these debates are done.
That way I can still talk.
Had that one debate in 2020 where
She's
he was
loud,
really off the rails. I think
wrinkly
he learned his
woman.
lesson from that one, but you absolutely never know what Donald Trump is going to say. And
that's right, bitch. You don't.
Tonight, but there
oh,
are
sorry.
Always.
See, this is
candidate. This is absolutely no ordinary.
This is why I did certain things today to try to make sure I could
last election. He has suggested
be a good
he
girl.
would not accept the results if he won here. We're here at the National Constitution Center. I'm sure we will be talking about the issues. But for the first time, you have a president.
Hola. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. I'm okay. Not enough. Too loud.
So I'm thinking I can like, and I can actually turn it down even more. Because she's really not saying a whole lot that we. So it was actually kind of funny today. I was listening to, I think it was ABC, and they were talking about the whole debate, and I was surprised at how they were really trying to be reserved. Like, you would have one reporter that would be out in the field talking to the reporters inside, and the outside reporters would be all mellow and, like, you know, talking normal, like not freaking out over Trump. But you get the one that's, you know, in the building, being the big shot. She was the one spouting off all the shit about Trump. So I was just kind of surprised at how much reporting wasn't immediately at stabbing at him. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, usually that's how they are. Like, it's all bad shit about Trump, and nothing really came up about, comes up about about like with Kamala. Usually they just leave her out of the whole discussion. And I noticed today they were like, she's really been studying, and she's gonna have to pick up the pace, and la 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 la. I was like, oh wow, maybe they realize that she's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean I guess they have to, pretend not to be so obvious the day of the debate,
Mm-hmm.
But I did
Well,
see there's two people talking about, well, we need to pick it up for Kamala. We need to make sure that her policies get across and blah, blah, blah. Like, well, she can talk about her policies, but she's not. So
mm-hmm.
all we know is what her policies were in 2020,
Mm-hmm.
where she wanted to give free trans surgery to immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to like, well, that was 4 years ago.
I think it's kind of funny how all the different things she makes a really easy target. I have to say, like Trump, he can't come up with enough different commercials about her. Like the one regarding it's not illegals that are causing all the crime here in the U.S. And then you hear him, go through all these news channels that are like, 15 Venezuelans, raped and murdered 17 girls. And I mean, it's like,
yeah, but don't you love that dumb shit logic? Because basically what they're saying is, well, we already have crime here, so why not have more?
right. It's fine. Well, and I always love this stuff where people will go, well, that shit ain't happening in my state, so I really don't care. Well, you better, because it won't be long before it's going on in your state. If you think it's just going to stay to the one little states that, or the states that are totally blue or totally, screwed, I think you're sadly mistaken. They've already pilfered them throughout the entire country. So, and they're not just in blue states.
No, I mean, I'm in Texas. Obviously, I know,
Yeah.
Our local stories don't make the national news every day like all the other stuff, like 12-year-old girl raped by an illegal immigrant, a family of 4 killed in a drunk driving by a illegal, and on and on and on, like every other day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm quite surprised that they haven't called it off yet, to tell you the truth. I don't know how she's going to be able to, like somebody said, well, who was it right here? Oh, Art said, do not underestimate Kamala. Attorneys are really good at reciting rehearsed arguments. Right. You are right. I mean, she didn't become an attorney. Well, I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she did do it pretty easily. With the way things are anymore. Of course, I guess she's been an attorney for quite a few years, but anymore you can almost get anything, and it doesn't matter the degree that you want. You can basically just go ask for one. They'll almost hand them out, because now there's no trying with anything. There's no, whether it's in high school or college, it doesn't matter,
Right.
So her arguments, I would like to see, like, how does she really argue? How can she possibly have an argument for anything? Have you ever, I mean, how does anybody, like, I think like the only way she probably won any cases was because she was just confusing them. Like by the end of it, they were like, fuck yeah, okay, sure, they're guilty. Jesus, just go away. I got a headache from listening to you say is and was. I
Well,
I just get.
The court system is so. I mean, most of these prosecutors are trying to become judges. Most of the court-appointed defense attorneys are trying to move up, and they're all in agreement. They're like, what is it's like in the high 90s. Most cases are settled by plea agreement because a lot of these people can't afford a good attorney on their own. So that's what they all do. They make deals. They scare the people. Like, if you don't make, we'll give you 2 to 3 years in prison. But if it goes to trial, you might get 25. And they scare them into it. And they just process these cases in and out of there.
Yeah. I think that when I just can't even, I don't know. I mean, I can't even fathom how any of this shit has gotten to the point. Like the other day, Marvin's laying in bed and I'm trying to hurry up and get ready and run and get the grandson and everything. And he goes, all right, you got everything? And I go, yep. He goes, do you have everything? And I said, yeah. And he goes, who would have thought we would be living in a world where you literally said, you're not leaving this house without everything that you need, if you know what I mean. Right. So, I mean, that whole thought of where we are now with everything that's gone on, it kind of blows my mind that we're really at this point where we have to, where it really is a daily thing that you do have to consider. I mean, I don't think he realized that I've been doing it for a while, but right. Yeah. So I don't know. I worry about I think we're screwed. We're screwed.
It's the thing, of the last 4 years, 10 million people have come across. And people watch, and the 5,000 people come over on this day, this big old line, and 3,000 the next. It doesn't register to some people that, okay, at the moment they cross, it's not going to be a problem, but just give it a few months. Wait till they start to spread out and get settled in and stuff like that. Nobody's looking forward thinking about the possibilities. And now you're starting to see it play out. And I think it's only going to get worse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think they're becoming more bold with each passing day that they get away with shit. I think that they're going to be to the point. I mean, even now they don't seem to have any fear in, I mean, how are you going to catch them? How are you going to know who they are? You got no way to track them if they're illegals.
Yeah, and they're going to come in and figure out the best places to go where they don't deal with crime that, very well. They're going to go to California, like you see the apartment thing in Colorado. They're going to go up to Chicago. They're going to go to the East Coast. And, some of them will stay in Texas and cause problems like they are. But here it's a little different because even Democrats have a lot of guns in Texas. Texas Democrats are, well, not all of them, but there's a good amount that love their guns as well.
Yeah, I just can't even fathom that where we're going to be, like, even in a year, where we'll be and I don't mean Trump is a big hero, but I mean, if he doesn't get office, where are we going to be sitting in a year from now? I mean, if we think it's bad right now.
Right. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to, because these people aren't checking into these court hearings and future dates, stuff like that. I don't think he's going to be able to deport all these people like he says. I just don't see it logistically. But what he can do is slow it down a great deal. That's the first thing, is stop the bleeding.
Well, the part that I worry about with that whole thing is in the process, and this is what I knew from the get-go would happen, is going to be, it's for your own good. We need to stop and search everybody, and it's for your own good because we need to find the illegals. Well, it just creates a lot of other bullshit that kind of invades. Again, I don't want my freedoms invaded. And I know that we have to at this point because of what's gone on, but I still think that there's got to be some kind of a line. Like, it's pretty obvious that you and I were born and raised here.
Right.
But there's a lot of people that I could look straight at and go, yeah, nope, no way was that person born and raised here. Not at 20 years old and they can't even speak English. Fuck no.
Yeah. Can you hold on one second? I hear this annoying thing in my
in your ear? Is
in
it
my
me?
headphone. No, I thought it was Joey, but then I realized he's not up here.
Oh.
Kidding, Joey. Kidding. But no, there's something, I don't know. It's like this won't. So I'm gonna hit mute here and see if I can fix it.
Okay.
Before I rage quit.
Before I rage quit. It's Kamala Harris, right? You don't need to deport anyone if they can't get a job or get served. No. You have to understand that there are a lot of people that were prisoners from other countries. I don't want none of those people here. None of them. Yeah, I am going to send it out. I was kind of like, I was trying something a little different here, Oilers. I will be eventually letting the link out. I just kind of wanted to see how things would go that way I can kind of spread it out and so I can spread it. So everybody, hopefully gets to be heard, because I don't like it when people come on and they never get to say anything, because we're all talking over the top of you. So that's kind of my reasoning for, I'm going to slowly bring everybody up. It's just that I figured if I did it in increments, kind of, it wouldn't be such a hubbub, especially when we get ready to want to hear what the debate's about. So that's kind of my whole reasoning. But I thought I would kind of experiment with it, because there's a new thing that I want to try eventually down the road. And the only way to do that is by trying out little pieces of it in here tonight or on shows like this. So, and I don't want to tell everybody about it yet, but this is kind of the whole, we'll see how it all works out. But, yeah, Marv should be president and Gutter should be his first lady. You're right. No way. Do you guys realize if Marv was the president, nobody would get anything new anymore? You would have what you have and you would like it and be happy with it. And you would drive the wheels off every rig you had, and then you'd put new ones back on it, and you wouldn't just go out and buy new shit. And I'm telling you, y'all would be running around in Geo Metros.
That's exactly how I would be. Don't go buy a $50,000 car, you dummy. Buy an old Toyota and put a new starter in it.
I mean, it'll run just as long, for certain. And then people don't necessarily think you have money and want your money.
Right.
If you're driving an old beater. I don't know. I think that there is, we have lost the value of a dollar for certain. We've totally lost it. I mean, I see even my own kids where, they're like, nah, well, that's good. I don't need that. I'm going to get some, I'm going to get something new. I'm going to get rid of that. It's like, really? I mean, you're going to get you a payment? You're going to pay a bunch more money for something that you don't, I mean, are you going to save for it at all? Well, no, it's okay. Payments are fine. Now, in saying that, most of my kids do not like payments, so they usually don't have the payments for very long. Like they're like, yeah, no, but the hell with that. That's no fun at all. So they'll hurry up and pay off their shit, because they don't want those, those big dreaded payments. But they still do payments more so than like we don't do payments. It's like, no, you just save for whatever you want, and then you got the money, and then you go buy it, and then you go, there you go. Ta-da. And you don't have to think about, oh God, now I got to pay, now I got to pay for that shit that I just got. I always hated that. It's kind of like being fronted a bag. You get fronted the bag, then you smoke it, and then you got to go pay for the bag that you don't even have anymore. You fools, don't do that.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in. Of course, everybody I would imagine is low debt as possible.
Yes.
No car payments.
Yeah.
Credit cards for emergencies. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have it, don't spend it.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're big firm believers in that. And so there's a lot of America that does not. Even a lot of the conservative people, I know for lack of a better word, but those people that are on the right side of things will still want those newer things where it's like, really? I mean, I have to tell you, I'm in my starter home of 30 years.
Yeah.
The only thing, I mean, okay, it would have been nicer shit I would have been living in or whatever, nicer house, whatever. But I don't know that it would have changed my life for the better, to tell you the honest to God truth. I don't think that new thing or that, better thing was going to change my life. I just don't think it would have, for the good. In fact, I think by being in this house, it kept us humble, and it kept our kids to be somewhat humble, in how to
Yeah.
deal with shit in regarding their finances. So
You can get a bigger, expensive house, and then you've got bigger space, more rooms, and you got to buy stuff to fill those bigger space, new rooms, and you're still going to have the same problems you had at your old house. Eventually, you'll need a new roof and maintenance to that, and a roof is going to cost more. Everything, yeah. It just depends on what you want, I guess. If you're okay with being house broke or not.
Well, yeah. The other thing was we were able to take the kids and do things, and they played outside. Our kids they weren't inside. They're outside kids, man. We didn't spend a lot of time in the house. I probably spent the most time in the house, with cleaning or whatever, but they were outside. So I mean, there was really no reason to have any bigger of a house. So, I mean, for me, it was just, there were times when I definitely, trust me, I was pissed at Marvin. You fucker. Everybody's got new shit but me. And then it was like, you know what? I don't know that I would. It'd be cute for the first minute. And then it's like, okay, well, it didn't really make my life better. Yeah, it's a new house, and yeah, big deal. I just don't think it would have changed it for the good. So I'm good with,
Right.
I owned my home the whole time. I never had to worry about, oh shit, they're gonna come take it. Because we could afford the payments always, no matter what.
That is true. And kids aren't that, of course, kids are having kids is a little expensive, but people can cut down on what they did before they had. Don't go out to eat as many times, but kids, at the end of the day, like you said, your kid's playing out. You can have a fun day with your kid, and not spend a whole lot of money. You can go to the park, do all these different things that, I don't know, people think they have to have a kid and spend $100 a day on them. Kids are pretty simple. They're pretty happy as long as you love them and do stuff with them. That's what they really like.
That's what they want. Feed them and go hang out with them. That's the big. Just make sure their bellies are full, and they don't even care. They'll be cold. They don't care. They literally, kids do not care. They'll be fine if they can go outside and play. Hell yeah. They don't care. Well, no, my granddaughter was a little different. She was like, no, it's cold. Let's go in. But all the rest of my kids and grandkids are like, no, it's okay. So what that my hands are blue and my lips are blue? I don't care. Let's play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was an outdoor kid too.
Oh yeah. My mom, she didn't have to worry about us too much.
Nope.
Because we used to dump our backpacks off at the front door, go play football or basketball in the streets, and come back 4 hours later to do homework, eat and shower, and go back to bed and do it all over again. And on Saturdays, we were gone at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Eat breakfast and leave the house and go play.
Yeah. In the summertime, we spent all our time at the river. We were at the river from sunup until sundown. And then we went home. And of course, once we became teenagers, we were during the summer. My mom worked. So I was like, woohoo, Mama's at work. I got a nice tan. And we going to have some fun. And in all that, only once was I ever brought to, well, twice. Brought to Mama and said, all right, she's been being stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got out of line once in like 7th grade, but I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
They scared me with 3 hours in a jail. So
there you go.
I was like, well, cool. I'm not going to do that stuff anymore. I'm going to be a good boy.
Right? I'm done there. Don't do that.
And that was my mom. She's like, take his ass in, scare him.
Yeah, that probably is a really good idea, especially if you know they're that type of kid that, for some reason they just tend to want to go down that road.
So what is the plan? Are you planning on playing the debate, or are you muting it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you think you might get kicked off, or?
I don't think so. I pulled it from Disney, and it doesn't say anywhere that I can't do the debate. Did anybody else? Has somebody heard that you can't do the debate? Hey, Tony, what's up?
Let me see if other
Blunt Man.
I don't know. That might be a little risky.
Ashley Sanders. Hey. Oh, go away.
I'm looking at something right now to see.
No worries. Blunt, I know you didn't learn your lesson. You didn't, but you have now. Okay, let me see here.
Well, I guess if we go dark, just do another link, I guess, or do another show.
Yeah, I'll just have to pop it back up. I didn't see anything that said, like, I tried to search something that said, are you, what was it? How did I word it? Something regarding, unable to live stream debate on YouTube. And, anything in that, kind of those wordings. And I couldn't come up with anything that said, no, you can't. No. So I figured, okay, fine.
I thought this thing started at 7 too.
I think it starts in just a few minutes. Like, what? 25 minutes.
Let's see.
But I would think that if it was going to get me, it would have already got me because I'm airing their shit already. You know what I mean?
Right. Let me mute real quick. I want to see how these bigger shows are doing it. Okay. I gotta go get my phone.
Okay. So let me see here. I was looking. I'm going to be out when the thing starts anyway. I'm just here to help you get stuff working. It's not personal. I just don't care about it. I understand art. Some people have other stuff to do, and I understand. And they don't care about it. I mean,
There seems to be a lot of people. Looks like they're going to restream it. So I guess roll the dice and see what happens.
yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. My biggest thing is I was worried about glitchiness. Like, let's turn it up and see what happens here. But
remains elusive. And it's going to be a lot easier of a sell for the former president who's ever
Sounds
faced a
pretty good.
crisis like this. But he's likely going to say and repeat what he said in the past, that if he were president, October 7th would never have happened. If he were president, he would have been able to have strong-armed Hamas and Netanyahu into a ceasefire and hostage deal that would have saved the lives of many Palestinians and, of course, those hostages, Martha.
A lot of challenges about that tonight for sure, Matt. Thanks so much. Ukraine also at the center of this. Let's bring in Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Ian Pannell, who is in Ukraine. Closely watched there as well, Ian.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I spoke to an advisor to the president's office today, and he used one simple word: critical. It's critical what happens tonight. It's critical what happens in November, not just to Ukraine, but I think this sends strong signals to other critical areas in terms of foreign policy. For
did
the
he
United
say talk
States, for
to the
example, China,
president?
this war is just grinding on. I mean, overnight, Ukraine launching one of its biggest.
Which president? Our president?
I don't know. Is that what he said? Because I didn't think you could. Just saying.
I didn't know we had a president.
Yeah, really. I thought he died.
There's some old guy laying on the beach that they say is the president, but
partly because they've been given restrictions on the weapons that have been supplied by the United States and others. And what Ukraine is hoping is that those
Oh, Ashley, you got some issues.
He's going to come here to Kyiv this week. Speaking in London, he confirmed that Iran has transferred ballistic missiles to Russia. He's expecting that those are going to be used in the coming weeks. He describes this also.
Well, I really am excited just to see what actually happens with. I mean, I don't know how she can possibly debate. I just don't. She can't. I mean, none of the things I've heard her say have really made sense. So I don't understand how she's going to be able to answer a question coherently. And for people to understand it. I'm trying to have an open mind about how have they understood any of what she said? Like when she talks, how do they get any of that shit? Hey, son, honey, how are you? Frankeny. Hey. Did I miss anybody else? I don't think so. Tony. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's I just kind of am really curious about how this is going to go. It should be very interesting.
yeah, it's on ABC too. You know, they all cried the night of the election in 2016. So I'm not sure how fair it'll be. You know,
They cried.
every now and then I can go back and watch videos of that. It's so hilarious. We had Van Jones crying like a baby. I mean, everybody was all choked up.
That's just, I mean, come on.
And then they try to say they're not biased while they cry in horror. You know, what am I going to tell my daughter? Tell her that Hillary lost, you dumbass.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see if anybody's. Is Ben going? I think he... I thought Ben and Harley Dad were going to do a stream or something. Maybe not. Anyways, I was just wondering how they were all going to do it. I guess we're going to find out in about 20 minutes if we're going to be able to do it or not.
Yep.
And if not, then, like you said, we'll just... if they kick us off, we'll restart it. But hopefully that's not the deal. So if you get kicked off, don't worry. I'll immediately put another StreamYard stream together. And
yeah, and then if that, we can just, mute ourselves and listen to it and then pop back in with any comments, I guess. I guess the audience would have to do that too.
yeah, basically they're going to have to listen to it on their own if that happens. But hopefully that's not the case. It's only, how long is it? 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So, I mean, if nothing else, we can last that long, and then we can just sit and visit about it. And we should, at that point, be able to replay it. Wouldn't you think?
Mm-hmm. Or what you can do is make sure you pause it for the, what do they call that? The fair use thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to add a certain amount of commentary to it.
Right.
So they can talk a little bit, and then you push pause and be like, yeah, what an idiot that lady is. And then play it again. And then,
Oh, see, Wanda said Tommy's restreaming it. So we should be fine. We're fine. It'll be fine.
Well, I'm going to run downstairs real quick before it
Don't
starts.
run.
I don't mean to leave you hanging, but I'll be right back before it starts.
It's okay. I'm sitting. Yeah, I'm not hanging. Just saying.
Do what you got to do, lady.
It's good. I'm not holding on to nothing. You're good. Only 90 minutes. 90 minutes with her talking is like 5 hours. No shit, Blunt Man. That's just nuts. Hey, Blister Bill, what's up? Yes, and I was slowly putting out links, but if y'all aren't gonna come in, fine. I was trying. So let me just run down through here. There you go. I didn't send Harley Dad one. I thought that would be rude because he was having his own stream. And I'm not watching that, so hopefully nothing weird gets on there. Oh, I'm hanging. About to my knee. I've heard it with the blood pressure drops too much in right heart. Fuck. Okay. What am I missing? Oh, shit. Email. Okay. Email. All right. Let me see. My drafts. Okay. Here we go. There. And I think I got everybody in there. If I didn't, yeah, I think I got everybody. Okay. So, what are they saying? I have no idea. Let me turn this off so we don't get glitchy. I'm turning off Discord. I think I got everybody in there. Oh, just in case. Okay. I think we're good. Yep, Holly. I understand. Um, I'm convinced camel toes actually is. I know. So I might have taken some calming things that make you calm. I might have been around some things that make you calm. I might have witnessed things that make you calm. Okay. And so I'm calm. Nothing like bad. It's all, let me just say it's all natural. But, well, I think it's all natural. I think. But I figured that was better than you guys hearing me scream and yell, and nobody wants to come on my channel when I do that shit. So it's better if I'm low key. Okay. I'm shutting down Discord. So if I missed you, I'm really, really sorry. No, I don't think I will. I think I'll be fine. I think. Okay. So let's turn this thing up.
More chaos under Donald Trump.
More chaos.
How it unfolds on the debate stage,
More
Governor
chaos. He's gonna do mean tweets and he's gonna scare us all.
We're going to talk to somebody who has both debated Donald Trump and helped him prepare for big debates. With tonight's showdown less than 14 minutes away.
Mary, do you wanna? Galen. Oh, Tony. Shush.
Is Impact by Nightline.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, we don't want to hear that.
Was that everybody around him was afraid
of. Oh, gosh. We got 12 minutes. The internet is gonna break. I know, probably. Debate night is on. Yes. You're here with barf bags. Wrong. Countess speaks, right? So somebody brought up that, maybe my neighbor, when she had that camel toe shirt on and she said, I'm speaking, maybe that was a sarcastic thing. Because if that's the case, I would really feel bad. Oh, I thought that was camel toe walking down the street. I mean, it was a camel toe walking down, but not the camel toe. Hey, Mr. Duggar, how are you?
How you doing, darling?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Well. So what's going on, LW?
I think he is trying to. I think he ran downstairs to fix something, and he'll be back in just a bit here.
Well, he is the new J-Dub. He probably has to charge his phone.
The new J-Dub got to charge.
JW always, his phone only got 2 minutes left on it all the time, so he had to keep it charged.
Makes me think of Alexis P. That's the way she is. So Oh God, I gotta my phone. It's an issue.
Well, I tell you, there's a debate coming up. It's a shame that they don't have just an old school debate instead of everybody trying to get a little advantage on the other person. Where, yeah, they don't want Trump over talking her because he'll stop her in her tracks with a rebuttal that she can't fade, and that would totally mess her up. I also do like it that it kind of shows him in a little more controlled state. That he can't do that because that'll play different with the independents and Democrats that are considering to come on over to Trump. See, we knew he'd go crazy if you left his mic open. Well, they messed up and closed his mic except when he's speaking. I think he's going to stick to issues. He's gonna be making comparisons of then and now, and hold her to accountable for the stuff that her and Biden that have happened on their watch. But she keeps coming up with, we're going to fix this. Well, you're the cause that it's like that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I really like about the whole thing is that it's going to make. I think I liked how before when they did it last time, and if ABC will follow suit, the one thing that I can see about CNN was they kept it a little more controlled, so that there wasn't the constant talking over each other, and each person got to say their shit and then move on. And I think that stands for a lot when you're trying to debate somebody, because if it can't just be about one's louder than the other, and so that one's the one that gets heard. So
yeah, like this Martha chick there, that blonde right there. The first thing she did was started bashing Trump a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean they need to let it go. And you got Chris. Why is Christie there? Because he's articulate and he's a hater of a never Trumper.
You ever see that guy in his softball uniform?
Yeah. I love that
guy. What a idiot.
Yeah.
Marshmallow.
And this guy right here, I think he should be stripped with the R from in front of his name.
Mm-hmm.
That stands for rhino. That's what it is.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well, this is what I've been telling people. The the Republican Party's on its last leg. Yeah. Most of them are against Trump. They're just kind of going along with it, but they hope he doesn't win.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, MAGA is its own party with former Republicans, independents, old school liberals, stuff like that. It's both sides, Republicans and Democrats. In my opinion, it's just not the same parties as there were 30 years ago.
No, it's like everything's flopped. It's like everything's completely different. My mom was actually a Democrat when I was growing up. She, in Idaho, and she actually now would have said, "Oh hell no, no. There's nothing pretty much nothing she would agree with him on now." So,
well, I vote for the person, not for the moniker, Republican or Democrat. And I will admit, one time in my life, I voted for Obama. I will admit it. The first time he come out, I get a guy shot. He was very articulate, well spoken. And it was time for some kind of change. It's not like here's a black guy, now shut up, we don't want to hear it. It's not what it was about. He was articulate, and he was on point. He knew how to carry himself.
Mm-hmm.
It just things like that happening. Clinton, he was another smooth talker.
See, I agree with Blunt, man. That's pretty much what I was saying. It's not. It's definitely, you know, that charade we lived through 20 years ago, thinking that the Clintons and the Bushes hated each other, and
Oh yeah,
that was all a charade we all fell for. You know, they were on the same fucking team. They always have been.
Uniparty, absolutely.
Just like in 2012, I voted down ballot. I didn't vote for president because Romney and Obama are the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew Romney was a fake from the minute. I couldn't
Oh
vote
gosh,
for him.
yeah.
I just couldn't vote for him.
Nope.
You know, science proved that he's crazy. You know? And I don't know.
It's funny when Democrats have argued with some of them, and they're like, you know, well, what about Bush and da 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 da? And I'm like, we don't like him either. I agree with you. What are you talking about? Like, they do all these what aboutisms to stuff that, you know, you don't like as well.
Well, I didn't know he was a Muslim, Blister Bill. I didn't, you know, I didn't know. You know, it was just things weren't working, and we needed something to bolster it. Because, you know, Bush was crazy. He was stupid. He was a male version of Kamala. You know, I mean, he was a joke. He was all bluster, no bite. You know, so his daddy was the evil one. You know, he was never even supposed to be in that office because he was head of the CIA before that.
Yeah,
you know, and that's like Schumer. Schumer's not supposed to even be there because he was in the CIA.
Yeah, I saw a clip of Bush back, you know, W. Back in one of his speeches talking about his Middle East policy. He was like, if you don't believe what we tell you to believe, we'll kill you. And, you know, you look back on it and like how everybody was like, yeah. And all the troops that died and came back committing suicide is just that party is a dead party.
It's a warmongering party. It's a party of control. It's a party of socialism. They, you know, where we're trying to shrink the government, they're trying to keep making it bigger. You know, we're not the internet. We have to help countries that are being democratic and stuff like that. But places like Ukraine, you know, what business we got in Europe? We dusted our feet off and come across the big pond, and hey, y'all have at your little wars. Go ahead. You know, Japan hadn't jumped us, we would have never gotten that war.
Yeah, and the United States and this administration not trying to make a peace deal over there. People don't understand that this war is killing Europe. It's killing Europe.
Well, yeah. Well, the same thing's happening there. You know, the refugees and there's whole different ethnic groups running around in different neighborhoods now. I mean, there's people come across the border at their place in bigger numbers of what's coming over here. So, I mean, everybody's looking. If we fall, we're the last one. We're the last domino that's keeping this world from, you know, tyrannical leaderships across the world. You know, and nobody remembers we helped China at one time against the crazy Japanese, who are supposedly our allies now.
Oh,
you know,
there we go.
Right now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Here we go.
I just want to say a prayer for Trump.
Showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
Lord God, our man.
Face-to-face meeting in this presidential election. Their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden.
I thought they were going to start it.
Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of
Are you doing it to the volume?
Yeah, I turned it down just a hair because they're not talking. I thought they were going to start at 6:01. What the hell? Chop, chop.
Turn it up.
All right.
Oh, she forgot her broom.
Will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses.
Gosh.
Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris.
Let's have a good debate.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here.
Why would she
tonight.
shake hands with a Nazi?
We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people.
Shit.
And that is
Where's the
why
puke
I
bag?
imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy.
Yeah, she's kind of pissing on your head and telling you it's
A
rain.
shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small
time's
business
up.
owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is
I
to
might
give
put her on the clock.
$50,000 tax deduction.
If Traveling Fools would hear, he would say, my sister and I.
Knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax
There
cut
you
for
go. Sling some
billionaires
mud.
and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Harris started out saying
Let's talk about what
about how things are bad for people.
Donald
He
Trump
said the same
left
thing.
us
She shook her
the
head no.
worst
Do you see that?
Unemployment since the Great
Right.
Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy.
Well, we wanted him to stay
since
in
the Civil
office,
War.
but you guys
And what we
cheated.
have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
Allegedly.
What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very
That's already
strongly
been
that
debunked.
the
Yeah,
American
bitch.
people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy.
Been there
And
4
the
years.
best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald
Why is that a
Trump's
bad
plan
thing to give the
actually
rich a tax
slow
break?
the deficit.
I know poor people
16 Nobel laureates
hiring
have
anybody.
described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you?
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because
Taiwan.
Philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be
She
the
wanted to
most
bring up
pro-life
the
president
origins
in
of
American history.
the
Then
virus.
last month, you said that your administration
When anybody
is great for
suggested it
women
came
and
from the
your
lab, all the
reproductive
Democrats
rights.
called them
In your home
conspiracy
state of
theories, and you
Florida,
got kicked off of
surprised
Twitter,
many,
Facebook,
with
and
regard to
YouTube.
your 6-week abortion ban, because you
Fuck
initially
is she
had said
talking about?
that it was too short, and you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month.
Say it, Trump. Say
Absolutely
tampon
fine.
Tim.
He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually
You're
a
a bunch of
surprising
lies.
fact. Let's understand how we got here.
He didn't say it was legal. He said what that damn governor
3
said.
members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended.
But up
and
to
now,
9 months
over
is actually
20
is
states,
legal
there
in some
are
states.
Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means.
That's a lie.
A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you When Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we
He got
did
it off that
something
abortion
everybody said
debate
couldn't
real
be
quick.
done.
You
And
see that
now
smart move?
You have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a
People
woman
not know how
carrying a
babies are
pregnancy
made in
to term
2024.
and-
Jesus
and
Christ.
asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working one or two
What
jobs,
does that have to do with
who
the
can
price of
barely
tea in
afford
fucking China?
childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why
Yeah, they can make a decision on not to get pregnant. For fuck's sake.
ballot in red and blue states both. The people
Don't put
of
it in
America voted
there.
for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact,
Good try, bitch.
when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she
One of the
allow
moderators
abortion
should
in
ask
the
right
8th
now.
month, 9th month, 7th
So if
month?
people are being stopped from
Would
that,
you do
Kamala,
that?
how come you and Biden haven't done
Can you
anything
answer
about it
that
since y'all are in
question?
office?
That's the problem.
Question, would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
could do abortions in the 7th month, the
Why
8th
isn't her
month, the
mic
9th
off?
month,
Not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at
Yep.
the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald
You left
Trump
the
got on
gates
the
open.
phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about, you will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that
You
point, I
haven't-
want to
That
get your
doesn't mean
response.
nothing.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
No doubt.
And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the
Shut
most
up,
incredible
you
rallies
asshole.
in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating
the ducks.
They're eating the pets of the people that
Pussies
live
for
there.
Trump.
And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what
So he knew the answer and already had researched it before we came here today?
Yeah,
Really?
he's fact checking.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I
Get a
actually have the
headpiece.
endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice
rhinos.
President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know
Commies.
the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of the country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down.
Another fact check
Excuse me,
there.
the FBI defrauded. They were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss.
If she was a shoe, she'd be a flip
point
flop.
that you've made, but in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases.
You ain't done
for
nothing
fracking.
since a VP.
My position is
And
that we have got
part of the
to invest
administration that
in
sold off
diverse
our
sources of
strategic
energy
oil
so we
reserves.
reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values.
That's what I'm scared of. He's a Marxist,
up and
and
not
that's the
beating
values.
people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out.
I'm speaking.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
Lindsay,
And
thank
I want
you.
to talk about the peaceful
Thank you for
transfer of
interrupting.
power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our
I'm
democracy
hussy.
and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. Might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page.
Yeah, you don't want to go back.
Was a bridge too far for you? Well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end
Why the fuck ain't you done it?
approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like
We
the
don't have a
outcome.
democracy.
And
We have a republic.
on that point, Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page
Never
on this.
said it.
Let's not go back. Let's chart a course
Talking about cars.
and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also,
Hey, Rosie.
that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people They covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate,
another attack.
Quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies.
Well, he seems like a guy that would get irony or sarcasm, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's evil, dude.
He looks like he's a ball of laughs at the bar.
Can you a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics. But you know what? That doesn't matter.
ProtectTheVote.com.
Solve the problem that we have right now. That's
where you find that information.
The problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States.
He got fired by 81 million ballots.
He did in the past
to
upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose.
Yeah, they thought he was a disgrace because he didn't want to go to war every 13 seconds.
that perhaps
That's
we do
terrible.
not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. He got 14 million votes. They threw him out.
He hates her.
When she ran, she was the first
I know
one
Jill
to
does. I know Jill
fail.
does.
And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately.
Cue the violin.
And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not
You
true.
said you
I
hate
have
Israel.
My entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy.
What an idiot.
That he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely
I
well
love letters.
that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
I just don't agree with this one-sided narratives from the host, you know, the news guy.
We had a feeling they were going to do this.
Yeah, you know, I mean, why isn't Elon or somebody else out there asking, or what's his name, Tucker? Why ain't Tucker allowed to ask some questions? You know, they always one-sided. They always one-sided on the way the question, and this guy keeps leading off. Well, you know, you failed at this time, and you're a part of it. And you know, I mean, I was wondering how long it was going to take for him to bring up. Well, you're a convicted felon, you know. You know, and if that don't prove it all right there, you know, you got to be blind, dumb, or being paid to look the other way to not know that every one of them charges were all scams.
Check your email, fools. Yeah.
You know, as far as Hamas, I mean, they're hiding their stuff in hospitals, in schools, underground in tunnels and stuff. I agree with, get rid of them. Let it happen. These same people that they're sitting there crying about are saying, wipe Israel off from river to sea or whatever, from sea to sea or whatever, wipe Israel off face of the earth. Somebody going to tell me they're going to come kill my family. I'm going to take an offensive. I'm not going to be on the defense anymore. And that's what they're bitching about, is they're not on the defense. They're on the offense of going out there and stopping these people that came over and killed 1,200 people and took hostages. Cut babies' heads off with machetes. These people are evil. And it cracks me up to see the trans company, the LBQZ or whatever they are, get out and protest against it. They'd throw them off a building if they were in Palestine. So, it don't make no sense. But to sit there and say that he was a weak president, everybody knew that was bull crap.
Everything they do seems to be about ass backwards. So,
yeah. And the one general she keeps bringing up that says he's a disgrace is Milley. I'm sure he'll be court-martialed within the next year or so. Lose all rights as a general. If there's any justice in this world.
Sorry about that. I missed the end. I had to take a phone call.
Well, I don't think it's the end. I think they're just on break, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They got to sell some stuff.
Yep. We're not done getting a root canal. We got to listen to that bitch for another half hour, I think.
Oh, my God, dude.
I mean, she's doing... Obviously, I don't agree with anything she's saying, but she's doing pretty well compared to how, she.
I think she's doing pretty a lot better than what I thought she was going to do.
Right, I agree.
Yeah,
but right now, all of her talking points that I think she practiced for up. That they're still setting her up with questions, and you can see it. And I noticed the fact checking going on only leans towards Trump.
Correct.
Oh no, Kamala, that's not true.
Right.
The bloodbath, the Charlottesville thing, these are all proven. Like he said, if you just play the whole video, you see he was talking about the auto industry.
It's like January 6th. Go patriotically and peacefully.
Rosie.
That guy there is such a douchebag.
Yeah, that snarl that he's got on one side of his lip, that's almost more than I just want to kind of rip it off. Like, I feel like there's a fish hook on it, and like I should just like reel it in, like ring, and just rip it right out of his lip. Just watch him when he, like, even when he talks, it's like just kind of curls up there a little.
Wouldn't it be refreshing to see a bunch of new news people and never have to see these people again?
Oh gosh, wouldn't it?
And she never answered the question.
No.
When they asked her, so why does your administration keep his tariffs? She never answered it.
That we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins,
turn it up a little bit,
be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. He hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different?
He wore a Ukraine flag.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
So she gets to respond to something from questions ago.
Lost 300,000 men and women, but
because he took a break and briefed her.
Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is,
did he say that she met with
America
Putin?
Always should. As a leader upholding international
What did he say? She went over there to
rules and
negotiate.
norms. As a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president
That's the most
who
ludicrous thing
understands
he
the
said so
significance
far.
of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
You talked about Ukraine and
Get
Vladimir Putin. I
emotional.
do want to talk about Afghanistan.
Can you do
It came
that?
up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we are paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And
she practiced this.
Former president, as president, invited them.
I was just about to say,
Camp David.
She can't get through a 5-minute.
Again, appreciate the role and responsibility.
Yeah, she's been practicing these
of the
speeches.
President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So If you take a look at that period of
That
time,
noise.
the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
Hey,
and he
Arnie.
said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay.
This moderator is a
Okay
joke.
with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's
Division.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast
here you are
majority of
doing
us
just
know
that.
We have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time.
He's
who
got to
tell
bring up
me,
right now that when
"Can
she
we
was
please
prosecutor,
just
she
have
blocked
discourse
evidence
about
to
how
free
we're
a guy
going
on
to
death row.
invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people, knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the
Right.
same dreams and aspirations and want a
Okay, that's
president
2
who
minutes.
invests in those, not in hate and division."
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Time's up.
I want to respond to that. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
You certainly are a
One who
puppet.
believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people.
Electric
I
buses.
believe
Tell
in
them
what
about
we
the
can
electric
do
buses.
to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
moving
your
on,
third
bitch.
time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always
Oh,
was.
shit.
It's not
What?
very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. and you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate
the fucking insurance in
drug prices.
control.
He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year.
Where the fuck do you go and negotiate price? Where do you go to Walgreens to do that?
Right, no doubt.
The value I bring to this
with the scientists.
Access
Some
to
American
healthcare
tell me that.
should be a right,
How are we
and
allowed
not
to
just a
go
privilege of
negotiate
those
the
who
price?
can afford it. And the plan has
Hey,
to
did
be
So I'll
to
give you
strengthen the
30
Affordable Care Act,
bucks,
not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass his
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Not a
Well,
fucking
the
thing.
former president had said that climate change is a hoax.
It
And
is.
what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up.
That's why all them guys buy
Anybody
beach
who has
property.
been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Hey, Mr. Duggars. I've seen that. He's an awesome guy, everyone.
Yeah, she's got to go back there and go over her notes for the next questions.
Mm-hmm. Got to drill it into her fucking head.
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm with fools about this Baywatch thing.
Oh, thank you very much.
Can we do a YouTube watch thing on this? I mean, can't we? I think it'd be fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely.
Hello, Gutters.
Them bitches are still hot. How are you?
Good.
Oh, well, maybe. Oh. Well, there's a difference.
I don't know, man. It's just, they're still playing favoritism pretty bad.
Big time.
And I don't dig that, I mean, nope. I think, that just goes to show you the quality of the news channel that this is, ABC is. Mm-hmm. And she's always been an ABC fan and a property of ABC, so it just go figure, she wouldn't do it unless it was ABC. And as you can see, everything, his questions are led back to Trump. You don't see them for her.
Yeah. Yeah. They literally, I mean, they were leading questions to anything that they could find that would go negative in his way, whether they were giving him the question or her the question, constantly trying to direct it to a negative spot. And that's why people look at it and go, fuck you. This wasn't a legitimate debate.
I just want to say Pamela Anderson is from Ladysmith on Vancouver Island in BC. She's a Canadian, eh?
Yeah, who cares, eh?
Duggars picked up real quickly. Good to see you there.
Yeah, good to see you too, buddy. Well, it's just, I mean, this chick's living in a different world, man. I don't know what rock she crawled out from underneath it, but that's not what's going on in the United States today.
No.
The United States, I can go downtown in Santa Fe and see a group of migrants or people that they bust in, sitting there smoking on pipes. All of them just about have them little pipes, glass pipes. But where are they getting the money for the dope?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Of course, my buddy does have a mechanic shop right down there. He keeps having people steal some parts off cars, so, and I understand that, but I mean, it's different. It's a different group of people, and there's usually 50, 60, 100 people there, and it changes weekly.
Mm-hmm.
They come in, they go. They come in, they go. They come in, they go. And I'm telling you what, these are some people that you would just like, holy shit. Somebody needs to watch them people. Yeah.
Yep.
And I'm just going to tell you straight up right now, is that if you fall for the crap that she's spewing, you deserve what you get from her.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just being dumb.
Yep.
Listen, can I just address something? Blunt Man said it's a gift
No,
card.
because you're
Uncle Sam.
Canadian, your opinions do not count.
Just hang on here. Just let me finish, okay? Blunt Man says something about Uncle Sam. Well, I'll tell you right now that all the Walmarts in America are not voting Democrat. They were usually told to vote Democrat or they'd lose their jobs. Now they're told to vote Republican.
Really? Cool.
Yes. Like for Joe Biden the last time, they were told to vote for Joe Biden because they said he was the best.
I'm back. Is it over?
Not yet. They're getting close. I think they're doing like their, winding it up thing. Here we
This is
go.
why I typically don't watch these because they're too infuriating.
I know. They just
Here
pissed you off
again, David Muir
by the end of
Lindsay
it.
Davis.
He still hasn't hit her with the biggest question. How many votes did you get to be
So I think you've
vice
heard
president
tonight
delegate
two
or
very
president delegate
different visions for our country.
of the people?
One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about
She's using
giving
open hands
hardworking folks a break and bringing
psychology
down
on
the
you with the
cost
way
of
she's
living.
using her hands to
I
talk.
believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked
Has
a
he
victim
prosecuted
or
you?
a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked
Not
them,
yet, but I'll
are
get
you
something in the
okay?
mail.
And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
All righty. Well, now we can actually chat
And
about it.
we are here.
So, there we are. Just all of us. And what do we know? As Art said, has that changed anybody's vote? I know most people here are probably voting Trump anyway, but has that changed anybody's vision? Has it changed how you see things at all? Didn't move the needle.
You're muted, Mr. Duggars. You're muted.
ABC blows.
Why don't you put up a little poll? Trump or Kamala?
Oh well.
And has it changed your vote? The percentage. And who would you vote for?
Republican, if I could vote in the States.
Well, this former football coach and YouTuber said it best on a tweet. He said, this debate is a weird foursome, and Trump is the guy sitting on the bed watching as the other three play together. So it was a debate between ABC and Trump. Kamala was allowed to give a stump speech. That's what it was.
Exactly. That's what I got from that. All the fact checking was going against him, and they didn't have their facts right either. They were wrong, So, but it was on a subject that's so profound that they feel like they still had to go in there and argue the point that Trump was lying when he wasn't. And
she was allowed just to say things like, during this last 4 years, I've helped abused women and this and that, and just go on and on this list of what she's done. There's no proof of any of it. There's nobody even knows what she's talking about. They don't ask her, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Can you give us an example? What's the bill you're talking about? I mean, nothing.
There is proof of over 200,000 children are missing.
And it allowed, honestly, I mean, he was yelling a lot. So it's going to, how they're going to spin it and all that stuff is, I mean, it's obvious he was getting frustrated,
Well,
so she's over there smiling and shaking her head and,
That's because it wasn't a debate.
No.
Okay, I had something to address or something to ask. $50,000 for a startup small business isn't going to do squat.
Neither is 6,000 for a person having a kid. I mean, all it is just another way to try to say, look, we give you guys money and we're doing everything for you while we rip all the money actually away from you.
Yeah, she was speaking to the migrants right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough we're giving you hospitalization, a place to live. We're going to set you up in business. They did that at the Galveston blockade years ago. Same thing. They brought all these people in from Asian countries, gave them money, bought them shrimp boats. And, there's guys been shrimping 30, 40 years of their life. Were they offered anything to help their business advance? No. They're still driving their old wooden boat, and here you got some guy going by in a steel hull, state of the art boat, paid by American taxpayer, to a guy that's never once contributed to the tax. And that's what a lot of people aren't getting, is all these handouts they're given to people who have not contributed to our country. Okay, they didn't come in legal. Okay, they started off as illegal aliens, and why they're illegal because they're not supposed to be here, because they're pulling a sham on the people that stood in line. Sort of like T.S. wife. She's jumped through every hoop they can ever ask for, and they still jumping hoops.
TF's wife.
Yeah, and so I mean, there's a lot of people that's come. I've got a couple of friends that are naturalized citizens, but it took them 8-10 years to be a citizen. And they had to prove it. They had to be vetted. They had to prove who they were. They had to show that they didn't, go rob stores at their home or stuff like that, and that they're here. They let them in on green cards or whatever, and they had to prove they're going to pay their share, work and pay their share.
Well, it's like everything with these bullshit promises, like $50,000 to open a small business, and this has happened for decades. Good luck getting approved for it.
Yeah.
I ask everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel, if she's elected president, go down and apply for $50,000 to start a small business and see if you get approved for it. It never happens.
Well, that's because that's aimed at the migrants, not you. You're already established here. You're already a sheep. You're paying in. They're already shearing your wool.
And it's not. And this is the fundamental problem with it, that the government's going to give you $50,000 to start a small business. Well, that's not the government's money. That's the taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
How do I know that Oilers or Mr. Duggar can run a fucking good business? Why should they get $50,000?
I'd fuck it up. Just y'all telling all the truth.
Just so y'all know, don't give him 50 grand.
I'd buy hookers and drugs, and then I'd waste some on some bills.
Right, or even myself. How do y'all know that I can run a good small? I mean,
he'd go out living like he was dying.
The permits would, you'd have to pay for permits. You'd have to pay for all kinds of licensing, merchandise, staffing. I mean, 50,000 is like, it's peanuts. I mean, it's like, it's
there's
not.
There's a lot of, upstart buildings that jobs and businesses you can do that don't consist of all that much. That you can start at the ground level. 50 grand's a pretty good chunk of money to start up. And I can think of several businesses that, products, that, use that money as stabilization money and selling other people's stuff. There's different businesses you can incur. 50 grand gives you time to breathe while you're trying to put a gig together. You know what I'm saying?
I want to say, y'all, congrats to the 5 that I gifted out memberships to Georgia Peach, living my best life at 60, and Oilers and Lady A. So right on, you guys.
Wow.
Thank you, Gutters.
That was pretty good. Support your local channels. Thank you.
Here in Canada, you'd need about 350 to 400,000 for the small business, and Trudeau is not about to be doing that. He's already got carbon tax Carney, in Nanaimo on the island there, that he's already recruited to screw us up even more.
Because he's a dictator.
That's exactly it. Same with Kamala.
Why y'all ain't got that guy out of office yet, I don't know.
Because we don't have an election yet, but now that the agreement has been ripped by the NDP, and that, I mean, we're going to be in for an election soon. Now we're spring. I think more so spring. I'm hoping sooner.
I've been watching a little bit of y'all's politics, and the conservative group over there. They've some pretty tough little cookies, man. That one that usually their spokesman that's always out there up front.
Pierre.
Yeah, that's him. He's like a pretty sharp cat, and he's not scared to make fun of him either.
No, he's not.
Good night, Joey.
But you know, you got to understand, we don't really care about fucking Canada. It's not about Canada. Fuck Canada. Blame Canada.
Well, but you know what happens in the
telling
States does
you
affect us.
about the United States and that flag sitting back here on the back. I'm proud of that flag. I took an oath for that flag. We used to stand up in class and take allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. That should be brought and said every day to every school, in my opinion. If you don't want to preach Jesus in school, hey, that's up to you guys. But when it comes to that flag, he's in that flag, so I don't care. You know, we wouldn't have a country like we have if we weren't as blessed. In my opinion, the blessings of the Christ.
But but if I may say something though, whatever happens in the States does affect Canada, and that's why the world watches, and that's why we watch the American. We're more intrigued in the American election than our own election. Like BC, we got an election here in British
Columbia. Throw your
like,
freedom away. When y'all let them disarm you, when you let them push you around like y'all don't count and y'all are sheep to be sheared, y'all brought that on yourself. That's why we got people up in arms right now and mad. That's why we have an election every 4 years for president. But
the problem is we're not that far from right where Canada is. Exactly. We aren't that far from that shit.
Because nobody's
it's knocking at our door.
And the people coming from within. You know, it's a lot. It's been, you know, it was a long-term plan. This thing didn't happen overnight. This started right before Kennedy. You know, when the alphabet government's agency started taking in effect. You know.
Well,
I get that. I get that. I just know that that's why Canadians are more interested in your guys' election.
We wish
they
you
watch
luck.
It.
We wish you luck. There's a lot of good people that come from Canada that I've met on this YouTube, and I'm glad to see they weren't all a bunch of idiots. You know, most of them are really down to earth people, just like me and you. That want our kids to have better than what we had in a country we can proudly be called my country. And when you don't have borders like we don't have on our southern border, you can't be proud of it. Where's our country? You know, you got to have a border to have a country. And they got to have, it's a privilege to come into our country. Mm-hmm. It's not it is. If you wasn't born in America, it's a privilege to come into our country and enjoy our freedoms. And if
I have a lot of family in the States.
You can become one of us.
And I have a lot of family in the States. You know, I have a lot of family in the States, in Florida, in Texas, in California, all over the place. They're spread out. New York and Wisconsin and up in that area there. And I tell you, it's, you know, I mean, I'd love to see my aunts and uncles, but I can't. You know, I mean, we have a disagreement.
Well, we got rednecks all over this country. There's hope for this. As long as rednecks exist, we scare the hell out of most people.
Yep.
What the hell?
Yeah, I just know that all this shit is, you know, everything that goes on in Canada and it's just moments from us being in that same situation if we ain't careful. So we all better fucking wake up and realize what the hell's going on, because they are taking our rights and our freedoms. They are, I mean, on a daily basis. That's why I say talk about all those laws that are, you know, they talk about, well, bill such and such. Yeah, well, underneath that bill's like 50 fucking laws they just put into place that we knew nothing about.
Yeah.
And we just keep letting them do it and letting them do it and letting them do it. And how are you going to stop that? Tell me that. I only know of one way to stop that kind of shit. And I know it sounds crazy, but I just don't know what else you would do. You ain't gonna vote this shit out. I do have to say though, because I have such an I've lost a lot of faith in the whole voting system.
Yeah.
We really do have to work at trying to get back some kind of a voting system. And I think today I was listening to Laura Trump on Benny, what's his name? Benny
Johnson.
Yeah.
I listened to that.
And she talked about this, protectthevote.com. And so when I went to it, it doesn't have all the states on it, like to go and do. So it has where you can be a poll watcher and where you can turn in shit if you see something going wrong with voting. There's all kinds of, and then there's a training tab where you can also, but each one of them, they have a state and each one of them have all those different tabs in them. Well, not every state, there's only like 18 states in there. So I'm trying to figure out how to maneuver that whole website. But I got to say that I think it's a really good idea that everybody goes and figures out what that whole thing is about. I mean, maybe it won't be for you, but I definitely think that if we're going to save our votes, if we're going to make sure that shit's being done correct, I mean, they are really going through every state. Laura Trump and, basically a Trump crew are going through every state to make sure all that shit's in order. And that, hopefully the voting like it should.
Go to your county clerk and ask to be a poll watcher.
Well,
and that's a good place to start if your state doesn't appear on that list.
Well, you could be a poll watcher all day long, but you're not going to be allowed to be there at 3:00 in the morning when they find 400,000 votes to turn on.
Exactly, because the water line broke.
Well, that's kind of one of the things where they're talking about how, shifts are made and they're going a little extra beyond. They're not just going for the 9 to 5 poll watching. They're wanting people to pay attention and to go watch and be, a fucking fly on a wall, paying attention. So I kind of think that that's some of the training that they want to give. I don't know because they don't have an Oregon one. So I'm trying to figure out how to go about all that. But I think you might be right, Duggars. Going to the county clerk and say, I want to be a poll watcher would definitely make me feel a little bit better, as in, if there's training to be had, so I know I'm not breaking any rules, that would be good. And that way, then I could go watch polls the way I feel polls need to be watched, as LW kind of pointed out.
Right. Well, and especially for the mail-in ballots, because that's what you need to watch. But when are those counted? Why are they counted?
Exactly.
Why do they leave those to the last thing to be counted at fucking 3:00 in the morning when they tell people we're closing up at 10:00? Half the people go home, but yet there's 5 people that are still counting votes.
Pulling out great big tubs of them. Yeah.
Like where I vote, what am I going to poll watch? Where I vote, you go in a little booth and you touch a touchscreen computer.
Yep.
How do you poll watch that?
That is a good point. And I think that, those are things that we need to figure out what the hell is really going on. Because I think there is a million different ways that they're voting. And I think that's one of the ways it's an easy way to fuck the system. And, come on. Anybody knows that if you take something and you put it in place and there's steps that you have to take to keep whatever it is in place called a system, the minute that you take out one of those steps, you fuck the whole system.
Right.
Because that's the reason there were steps there. And so even with such as voting, the minute you start doing shit like that, you take out steps that, like in Oregon, where everybody just does mail-in voting. Well, I'm telling you what a way to, no wonder it says that we're blue. I mean, this is probably one of the easiest states to rip off because we are blue and it's all mail in.
Right.
So
This is my
It's
last
not-
statement for the night. I think we should go to a paper ballot, hence the word paper trail.
Right.
With poll watchers. And I mean, that's the only way. Hey, if they have to dip your finger purple, they have to dip your finger purple.
Mhm.
So you can't vote more than once. I think them two things right there, you know, and you got Republicans on and Democrats on either side, and the guy, the independent standing there too. You got somebody rechecking it and counting them. You know, one counts them, another one's going to count it too, and he's going to write his remark. You know, true. You know, I concur. It is for Trump. It's one for Harris. The other one going, nope, this guy voted for Republican. You're trying to pull something. They can cover it. But I've got to go, and I thank you for having this stream tonight. And if you're still on later, I might be able to catch up. But I got to go take care of some business. I got some 14-year-olds to terrorize with a.
All right, you go beat some ass, Mr. Duggars.
I love you.
And
guys.
that's only on a game, just so everybody knows. He's not beating anybody.
I play Rust. The little
right.
bastards have been killing me, so it's time for revenge.
All right, darling. Bye.
He's getting messages from those kids like, when are you coming, Mr. Duggar?
That's exactly right. Oh, and look who shows up just as Duggar leaves. What's up?
Well, I've been hanging out in the back room just by myself waiting, you know.
Oh, you like 5 seconds. Like, but I
all right,
couldn't
well, I
say
gotta
bye.
go, Gutters.
I'm sorry. I tried to split you guys up. What more did you want?
Yeah, I was in the back room making this. I found out how to do. You ever get into like crocheting and doing like that needle patchwork and stuff? So I made this nice quilt, and it says joy across the front of it, you know, and it's just all about joy. So it's just, you know, I haven't figured out who I'm going to send that to yet, but it's all about joy, you know, and how joyful everything's going to be. It says it's going to say joy 2024, you know.
Joy. I'm trying to think. Okay. What? Don't make me think that hard.
Well, everything's joyful under Kamala, you know. She just keeps going on with joy. It's going to be joy and unburdened and you know.
Unburdened. I got to remember that. I was trying to think of that. I almost wanted to make it somewhere in my title, like the unburdened debate.
Yeah. So I've been listening to you guys. I was finishing eating after we got back from trivia night and listening to the whole thing and listening to the debate here. And yeah, that was it was as to be expected, I guess. I don't think many of us expected it to be much different. I mean, did you guys?
I mean, not on ABC, but I thought it would be. I mean, it was pretty blatant with that. I won't call them on here what I called them on Twitter a minute ago, but
go ahead.
It's pretty blatant. It's like I said, it was a debate between ABC and Donald Trump, and Kamala was allowed to give a speech. That's what it was.
100%.
And the prick had a curly lip.
But when he said, "Hey, Trump, you said incorrectly, factually wrong that you won the last election, but then you also said that you won by a smidge or whatever." Trump's like, "Well, I was being sarcastic in a joke." And he was like, "Well, I didn't think it was sarcastic." Like, who the fuck matters what you think it was? Like,
I hate the way these people that I don't even know who this guy was.
Yeah.
Well, I don't watch those. I don't watch, you know, those alphabets, so I don't know. I don't even watch Fox for the most part. So, for me, I don't know who any of those people are. But I knew that, you know, he was obviously that type of person that he was going to do everything he could to direct it to a negative tone for Trump. It didn't matter what it was. If you noticed, and the broad did the same thing. She didn't care. She did the same thing. In fact, she had less she couldn't hold her emotion back, maybe as much as the asshole did, but she still seemed to have a really hard time, or he seemed to have a hard time also holding back that whole just hatred of Trump.
Well, there were so many things that they were like pre-ready to like fact check him on. Like they already knew where he was going to go with certain things, and they already had their instant where they were fact checking him. They never fact check her on anything.
And some of their fact checks were incorrect.
Well, yes. We'll get into that in a second.
Yeah. And the thing about it is I think they do that on purpose, like to just kind of overwhelm you with each one of those things. It's almost hard to stay. It's hard to stay on top of it. Like, what the fuck? Did they just say that? Did they really just say? And then by then, now they've moved another question. And so the one you were just questioning, now they've moved on, and so you're on to another one. And they did that to Trump, actually. I seen where he was wanting to answer the question, and they really didn't want to let him do it. They kept trying to push on to that next question. So so much so that they asked the next question and then let Trump, go on with whatever it was he was wanting to talk about. I can't remember what the question, what it was he was retaliating against, but it was just, it's so one-sided.
Well, like, okay, they brought up the abortion thing, and then he said that there were states that would allow, full-term abortions. And the moderator, if I'm not mistaken, it was right when I was getting some food, said that was a lie and that there were no, and then Kamala went on about how that was a lie. And even the moderator fact checked him on that and said that was a lie, right? Am I wrong? Or
no,
you're
right.
Correct, but that's not what Donald Trump said. He said that's what that Virginia governor said.
Yep. And
but they prefaced it like the question to him, you have said that you would blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, there are states that allow it up to birth. And there are states, and take, for example, the Virginia governor, not the governor now, he's doing a really great job, but the other, blah, blah, blah. And they said, no, that is not true. There are no states that allow that. And they fact checked them on that. Well, Alaska, Colorado, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and the DC area have no ban or just, gestational limit on abortion. You can do abortions all the way up to 9 months if you do choose to, which is exactly what they told him he was lying about. And I thought that was pretty bad right there. They fact checked their own question. They asked the question and then fact checked what they were asking him. So it was like a double whammy right there. And just to set him up into a bad light, that's absolutely, that right there, I was like, okay, before that I knew it was coming, but even hearing that, I was like, look at this. They're narrating this, like just making it go however they want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the game is rigged, bro. Obviously we already know that, but it's just like nobody fact checked her on Project 2025, on the Charlottesville thing, on what's the other one? Shoot.
Thank you, Blunt Man.
The
January 6th, Charlottesville, the bloodbath, yeah.
And nothing. She was just allowed to say anything she wanted. She's done this, she's done that, she's, they inherited this terrible economy, and he was like, well, yeah, because of COVID and all the, they didn't fact check her, be like, yeah, let's be honest, there is COVID and all the jobs that were lost. And, during your administration, 20% of small businesses were lost after y'all became president. None of that.
It was 100%. You could tell that she had already had the questions. She knew exactly what was coming up next. She knew, exactly what was going on. They rigged the questions. And I don't want to be like, whine. I don't think either one of them, they both said exactly what I expected them to say coming into this, and it wasn't really a big deal. I don't think many people on the issues that they talked about, people have eyes and they've already seen these eyes. This was more about show than anything else. And most people are not undecided at this point.
Right.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, they got him to get a little pissed off, and she was there smiling and doing her little rehearsed speeches, and they're going to spin it like she stood up to a bully, and she got him all pissed off when it was actually the moderators who frustrated him to death, and blah blah blah.
Well, they could have like everybody knows the Charlottesville thing. I mean, everybody knows that's been totally blown out of proportion, not what it was represented. He did not say that he liked the people carrying the tiki torches. He said there was good people on both sides because there were good people on both sides. You had people over there who were showing there that organized the event to go and protest statues being taken down peacefully, nicely, do that. Yes, that was hijacked by another group that showed up. So they made it all about that. Everybody else was a part of this one group of, funnily enough, everybody wearing those same khaki pants with those Izodish looking shirts that you always see them wearing every time they ever go anywhere, with clean cut haircuts. And, I don't know. They always seem to show up at those events, but it got hijacked by them. Then you had the other people who were just there being nice on the other side, and a group of agitators that showed up on the other side as well. So, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, you're just blind, deaf, or dumb, or all three, or
Right.
You refuse to see it. Yeah.
Even in defense of the other side about these agitators. Now, you saw during the 2020 BLM riots and all that stuff, it was mostly the protesters doing it, but there were some videos. I know I watched it on Smoke and Scan live during that whole thing. The white guy in all black with the black mask and a black hoodie, there's people in the AutoZone parking lot, and he walked up with a hammer and he knocked out the windows and set the building on fire. So it wasn't all of the protesters. There was agitators in there to start that shit too.
Of course.
They want chaos. They want chaos. They want the world to burn.
Yeah, there's always this group on both sides that shows up out of nowhere, and they're always dressed the same, no matter which way you want to look at it. It's always the khaki pants guys and the, that look so much like those, 3-letter word that, starts with an F. They all seem to always look like that. And then the other people always look like, they were auditioning for a, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie or something like that. They always look the same. They're always the agitators. And then there are people on both sides who genuinely, feel passionately about their position, but are normal people just out there, being normal.
Right. And two, it's like the moderators. How could it be allowed that the lady on there, the white lady, can be a moderator in a presidential debate when
I was about to say, no, she's not white. She's an Indian.
Well, not the other one. I know. But how could she be allowed to be a moderator when in 2016 she was crying on election night because he won? How is that like fair?
It's not really. Like I said, they weren't moderators, they were narrators.
Oh, totally. Well, they were more like dictators. They literally dictated how the entire thing was going to go. They sat up there and pointed out each individual, it didn't matter how it started, like any questions that were answered. It was like Trump he didn't get the luxury of finishing a total answer. I was surprised that they did let him come back and rebut after she would, because a lot of times they won't let you do that. It's almost like they just want to give the one side one chance, and then you don't get another chance. So I was surprised that they actually did let him come back and rebut after she would, spew her nonsense.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't Trump's best debate, but he didn't do a horrible job. It is especially when you take into consideration the way it was put. She gave her she never to me actually answered the question. Oh, here's another thing. She kept going on about how she totally stood out in front of everybody about fracking. And she adamantly said she was against fracking. No, blah, blah, blah. When they asked her that question, and the only time she's ever been put in front of a main stage, she said that Biden had came out against fracking. She never mentioned herself. She's always said that she was against fracking. She never said that she had changed her mind and was for fracking. She's going out on a statement that she made where she said that Biden had came out against fracking, and she never said herself. That's a fact too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she got up there and lied constantly.
Oh, repeatedly.
You think she's the best vice president, and this was the best administrator? I mean, we did this for women, and we protected women, and we did this, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, she started off the debate saying that first words out of her mouth were about how families are struggling with prices and stuff like that. And it's just like, y'all are in office, you dumb fuck.
You know what it reminded me of when she would talk and she would do this thing? I probably have to turn on my camera to really get the whole thing. But she would go, and do you understand how important it is for women to be able to make those choices? I can remember that when I first started parenting a teenager, me trying to use that technique, that shit did not work for 5 seconds, man. My kid's seen right through that. Yeah, that whole, and I feel like that's what she was trying to do with people, like, just listen to my voice and understand how I'm shuddering. I mean, and I just don't understand how people can look at that and go, I think she might be good for our country. In what fucking way?
Well, most of it was geared towards women. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, no offense to you or like.
No. But it was geared towards women.
Don't forget the they thems.
They thems. The she hers.
The Z her zemies. I don't know. But it's geared. I mean, they really wanted to go back to that abortion a lot. She did too. And he was smart. And one of them, they went to him about abortion, and he changed it real quick back to immigration. Because that's what they want. I mean, because the majority of women in the country vote Democratic, so that's one of their bases that they have to keep happy.
Yeah, they keep trying to scare them all into the Handmaid's Tale thing that they've gone on and all about. They're gonna have you dressed in cloaks and doing the dishes 24/7, even if men will be able to just make dirty dishes just for fun.
Right. Well, I'm not going to name any names, but I listened to a panel the other day, and two of the people on there, they were hollering about how Trump wants to ban gay marriage. And he said he was. And I was like, can anybody prove this is what he's running on? Or when is, it's fear mongering.
Look, Yankee wants to take my rights away from me.
I do too.
Well, yeah. Can you start another poll, please? I like this anonymous vote. I like this anonymous voting thing.
Right.
Well, I do too. 84% picked Trump and 16% picked camel toe. So I guess we know we're ending that one. And now we're going to start this one because I do want to see what this says.
Should LW and TF have control of all of your vaginas? Yes or no?
Okay. What the fuck was I going to ask? Thanks, LW. What was I going to ask? What was the poll? What was the poll, TF? You just said.
Something to do. I think it had something to do with the 9th Amendment, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. What was it?
19th.
Maybe the 13th or whatever.
Or-
No, we'll just say, should women's rights
say vote
Right.
or make sandwiches.
fuck off? That's not in the deal. Fuck you.
Oh, jeez.
And Jesus Christ, can people teach some women about the birds and the bees, for Christ's sake? They act like women are just walking down the street getting pregnant by, geez.
Holy moly, I don't like jam. So as long as it doesn't have jam or no chicken salad or any of that with them little nuts or berries in there, none of that crap too. A little bit of onion and jalapenos, okay, but no nuts or berries or twigs or any of that kind of crap in my
And
chicken
what?
salad dumplings.
In your chicken salad sandwiches?
Yeah, Holy was wanting to know what kind of sandwiches, and I was just trying to explain I didn't like jam, and I don't like nuts and berries and twigs in my chicken salad, and
Oh, I have to have walnuts in there.
I
and
see. Well,
I have
that's
to have
out
grapes
next.
in there.
Next poll coming up.
That's that Portland white lady stuff.
Hey,
Now, did you
born and
mean to
raised in
write
Idaho.
Gutters? I have to know at the end of this. It says, "She woman's right to vote be taken." So should it say seriously?
Oh,
after
son of a bitch. Y'all know what I mean. Who cares?
Man, that
No,
sounds like
no,
Kamala's
should
speech
you-
in Atlanta.
She
Right.
woman.
Did you forget
She
to write the
woman.
word?
No, I like it like that. No.
Did you forget to write the word seriously after taken, or are we voting this way?
She woman's right to vote to be taken. I love it.
I am she woman.
I am she woman. Hear me roar. I'm reluctantly voting yes. Sorry, Blunt Man. How dare you?
I like this poll. This is kind of funny. Everybody, make sure you vote. Come on, it's
That's right.
What is it at?
We're at 54 and 46%. 46% no.
Oh no.
44% no.
This poll will actually be taken seriously and used by PMS NBC tomorrow, right?
Right.
So this person named Gutters Pub on the internet has decided you're
If that
getting
happens, we're all having a big party. Let him take that right. We're having a big ass party.
you're getting canceled tomorrow, Gutters. It's gonna
That's
happen.
right.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. I'd love it. Repeal the 19th and institute a mandatory every other day blowjob without complaints and a sandwich.
And a
Fuck
sandwich.
you,
I like
Yank.
it. I like it. I like the way Yank thinks. I like this.
P digits. I'm standing on the yes button. P digits.
Yeah, don't be scared. Just push it.
How do you like too? Her bragging about Goldman Sachs approving of her and Dick Cheney in the bushes. How do you like that?
That was about as beautiful as when she brought up what's his face? What's his name? The idiot, John McCain. Remember when she brought up John McCain? Like he was they hated John McCain. Remember? He was all this horrible person, and she brings him up. It's like, come on. Yeah. The whole thing was pretty dumb.
Yep. Well, I definitely think it was way more set up than I was kind of hoping they were going to be somewhat fair. I mean, I thought CNN did way better than ABC did.
Yeah, I 100% too. But that was against Biden, and we all know how that went.
Right.
Just start yelling at everybody.
Right. This one could at least have.
They're better at this shit than the Republicans are. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I've said. These guys have been practicing to do all this shit for a long time. So they have all of it down, like screwing us over, doesn't matter what it is. They know how to do all this shit where we're just starting to go, oh, hey, I think we might have got screwed. We probably should check into that.
Here's a great tweet about it. Jesse Kelly. He says the GOP will have a severe response to ABC for this ridiculous biased debate. They'll make them wait 4 more years before agreeing to do another debate on ABC.
Right.
Well, when you say that they're better at that, it kind of seems like, are you better at just lying through your teeth?
No,
and just, I mean, that's not a good quality, but if people don't realize that they're lying, it's easy when they fact check one side and don't fact check the other, and they actually come out with things that are 100% provably wrong and say it factually in taking away from him. I mean, they literally attacked him a couple times on issues, and it was phrased as a question, yet they were attacking him on the issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's hard to, I don't think anybody's mind was changed by that debate one way or another, but it is just basically the same nonsense.
Well, these things are for people who they think weren't going to vote, but might get out and vote now.
Mm-hmm. Art said he's abstaining from the vote. I'm a monk. Sex is like caffeine and decaffeinated coffee. I had it once some time ago. They took it away and I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, I think the election's going to go the same way it was going to go. I don't think
Right there,
the polls will probably change in her favor tomorrow, because either way, that's going to happen. I mean, that's already set to happen regardless of how you look at it. But in another week, the polls will be back to exactly where they are today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a big difference either way.
I think people's minds are made up. They saw what they got, 8 years ago, and they see what they've gotten the past 4 years. I think it's pretty easy for people to say, yeah, life was a little bit better back then, and look at what we got now. It's the only reason things were a goddamn circus then was because they made it a circus. The news made it a circus. The Democrats made it a circus. It was every single thing that he did was, racism. And, we're going to, every single little thing that the guy did, they put, came back with some ludicrous, things. They staged things. They made things. It's people look at that. People surely to God are not that dumb.
Yeah. I wouldn't think so. I mean,
exactly, Mr. Bill, 100%. Sorry, you got to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You wouldn't think so, but there's so many people who are not in their right mind.
Oh, 100%.
She's going to get 70 million votes just right off the bat. I mean,
well, she'll get another 20 million a week after the election.
Right. But there hasn't been an election where I think Papa Bush was the last one that got under 40% of the vote. That's because of Ross Perot, but I mean, 40 to 45% of the country they vote the same way. Whoever the Republican is or the Democrat, you can pencil in at least 40% of the vote for either side. They just will never change their vote. They vote for a letter. They don't vote for policy. And it's up to the other 20% of the voters to decide who's president.
Yeah, and I think I almost want to say that independent voters are more educated a lot of the times in what is going on in actuality, what I don't want to sound like Kamala talking, in what really is.
Dude, I've done it twice.
But you know, I almost think a lot of time it is the more independent people that actually look at the facts and look at the data and look at the economy and look at just things like that more so than the people who, like you said, LW, just vote for a letter.
Yeah. I mean, I have family members and friends that it doesn't matter who's running, what's going on in the country. They could be in a bad situation, a great situation. They'll just vote for that letter because that's their team. They treat it like college football, you know?
Right. Yeah, and I don't like that. I mean, most of the time there's certain values and certain things that one party represents me way better than the other party on a lot of issues. So, you know, I hate to say that at some points I am kind of guilty of that as well, but there are certain things that if you are strongly for or against something, that would change my mind. Now, if somebody was a Republican and was strongly, or you know what I mean, against something, or you know, you get what I'm putting out.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't vote for him because I would be like, no, I don't, just because you're running on this stuff over here. So, yeah, you really have to look at things from, you know, the whole perspective of it. And these people who do vote just because of an R or just because of a D, it's kind of sad.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, like if somebody's going to say an issue like abortion doesn't mean a damn to me. You know, like somebody says, I don't care either way about abortion. It doesn't affect me. I don't care about it. That has nothing to do with it. Then, you know, that's one of the huge things going between these parties at this point. At that point, you have to look at everything else like, well, let's look at the economy. All right. Well, let's look at the, you know, state of the world. Let's look at the immigration. Yeah. You know, and you have there's a lot of people like that just don't give a damn. Mm-hmm. And those people are going to look at that and go, well, you know, I don't care about that either way. What I do care about, because people like that are obviously selfish people, you know, whichever way you want to look at it. And that's not an insult or a shot to people, whether you agree with something like that or you don't agree with something like that. If you don't care about it, then you only really care about yourself. And, you know, I ain't got nothing against, you know, people who only care about themselves. Right. I'm kind of conceited myself, but at that point, those people are going to look at, well, let's look at all the rest of the stuff that actually affects me because I'm all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Gutters, LW,
hey.
Traveling Fools.
Hey,
what's up, girl? How you doing?
Good. I was really coming up because I see Yank wants the link, right? And I said, my dream team is going up there. Oh, hell, I got to go say hello.
Well, I sent it to him about 40 different ways to Sunday, but he may be having problems trying to get up one way or the other. So I'll put it up again just in case.
LW, we missed you last week. You had to be here.
What happened?
Where'd you go?
Oh.
What he said, what happened?
What did I miss?
He wasn't up here on panel. Remember I said to Yank and Traveling Fools, all we need is LW, my dream team of voices.
Right.
Oh, I would have loved to. I couldn't that day, but
it's okay.
He was at that Kamala rally.
Yeah,
no, I think his wife was making dinner and he was waiting for it.
I doubt that.
I guess too.
In her apron, right? In her apron, right?
If she was, I wouldn't have eaten it.
You're all wonderful.
So what'd you take away from that debate?
Horse manure.
Yeah.
You want the truth? You know, people saying, you notice Trump didn't look at Kamala. I wouldn't look at her either because, listen, the whole thing, when she said about Project 2025, almost lost it. Why does everybody keep insisting he's behind that? I need to know.
Well, twice. I mean, even after he said, I have nothing to do with that. I don't even go there and look at it. I don't care what it says. I have nothing to do with it. She still then reiterated again. It's like, oh, come on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what they keep saying. he made a statement fact about celebrating, and his plan is for the 200th anniversary of America in the different states and have it throughout the whole United States, have other countries come and everything else. And I why do they keep saying this? Even today, I had a debate about this with somebody. He's behind Project 2025. I said, okay, all right, we'll see.
Right.
I mean, these are people that have been my friends forever, and I'm not going to argue with them. You vote who you want to vote for. I'll vote who I want to vote for, who I feel is best for this country, and keep it moving.
I love it. I love that too. And I love good debate back and forth. But I loathe, and this goes for either side, non-factual statements. Like if you can't argue, if you're going to come at me with some shit you read off a meme, whether it be from one side or the other, I'm sure Gutters, you and LW, like all of y'all have heard me correct,
Many
on the
people,
right and the left, like, no, that's not actually true. You read that on a meme. Like, let's at least talk factually, and then we can have a normal conversation. But I'm not going to sit here and like listen to people go on about the Charlottesville thing, or Trump said to inject bleach into your arm, or like so many things that are just these blatant lies that just go over and over and over again, or even just economics or the abortion thing that I talked about earlier. I mean, whether which side you are on or which side you are not, if the moderators are going to come out and say these laws do not exist anywhere, but I can look on the internet and tell you Alaska, Colorado, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, and all of the District of Columbia have no limit on abortion bans, then they were wrong by even asking the question and framing it that way. And Trump was absolutely correct in his answer, but they fact checked him on a question that they asked him where they were already wrong. And that's wrong.
Right.
Yes. And the other thing, when he said about the Haitians eating the cats and the ducks, I waited 2.5 minutes and I went to TikTok just to see if I was right. And sure enough, there's a picture of Trump running down the street holding a duck and a chicken. I said, I knew it, man. They don't, it was funny. It was, is that Yank right there?
That's Yank.
That's
Hello,
me.
Yank.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, geez, I'm in heaven. No, don't all take it the wrong way. The three of your voices impressed me so much. So I was just saying, LW, we missed you last week. He was like, why? And I said, oh, we had Yankee Traveling Fools. And I said, you were missing. Now I got all three of you here. I'm in my heavens.
You might need to sit down for this one, Katie.
I am.
So you're going to need to put your camera on and your hands up.
Okay. All right. My hands are up. Trust me. We're not going down that road again, Gigi.
So that was a kind of interesting debate.
It was your takeaway, Yank. Let's see what you got to say.
Well, my takeaway was, and strictly from the normie's point of view, who only watch debates and only kind of understand surface level stuff. First of all, I don't think that it changed anybody's decision as to who they're going to vote for. But more importantly, I do believe that if I'm strictly judging the debate performance, I think it was funny the way the media, mainstream media, was putting it out that they were expecting bumbling, stumbling, word Harris salad and Trump to be as cool as a cucumber as he was in the Biden debate. And it was the complete opposite, in my opinion. I saw Trump get baited. I saw him ramble, typical Trump kind of stuff, staying off topic, talking about different things because he has so much to get out. But I was really surprised and kind of impressed with the debate prep that Kamala had shown. She had a grasp of, no, I'm not saying that she answered questions because she clearly didn't, but she had the appearance, the portrayal of someone who had a positive message for the country going forward, whereas Trump really didn't have that. And I think that that's a problem.
Well, how about the fact checking? Like Kamala said that Right now, there are no U.S. service members in harm's way or in a war zone or anything like that. 11 days ago, 7 U.S. troops were hurt in a raid by ISIS. I mean, she was just allowed to say shit that wasn't true all night.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I read some metrics prior to this regarding ABC, CBS, and NBC insofar as coverage that they've had since Kamala took the position of running for campaign and the percentage of positive versus negative coverage. And Kamala was 100% positive coverage. And it was, I think, 90% negative for Donald Trump as far as ABC is concerned. So we kind of knew that was going to happen going into this. Although I will say they weren't terribly unfair insofar as the fact checking is concerned. They should have pushed back on some things that Kamala said regarding her past statements insofar as what her positions were and how she has changed them. But
now, did they now I'm asking this honestly because like I said, I missed the first like 6 or 7 minutes of the debate. Then I was getting home, turning the TV on, and then next thing I know, it was pretty funny. There was like another YouTube video playing in the black background. I had to figure out where. I almost said blackground. That would have been really bad for us. But did they ever fact check her on anything?
Well, they did.
Did they ever stop her and say, no, wait a minute, that's not true. This is the actual facts, like they did to him?
Technically, no, I don't think they did, but they did ask her to reiterate her positions a couple of times during the debate as to, hey, you really didn't answer this question. Can you stipulate as to
like
would
fracking.
you this? Would you? One of the things that stuck into my mind was the abortion, where they did ask her like what her stance is on abortions, and she didn't answer it at all. And then Trump tried to re-put it on her, and she didn't answer it at all. So, look, I mean, I realize that
she blatantly lied and said that there are no states that allow full-term abortions, and there are no, and the media, like they brought that up even beforehand and fact-checked him on it, if I'm not mistaken, and we're like saying that's not true, and then she was able to say that's not true. It's just like the fracking, where she went out there and said, I stood and I said in front of everybody that I was against fracking or was not against fracking, and I changed my mind. And that's not what she said. She said Joe Biden changed his mind on it and that he was not against it when they were running for office. And they, you know, have no problem just letting her say whatever. But, you know.
Interesting. Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
You know why? Because it's facts.
Because what?
Because it's facts.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm a fair broker. You know what I mean? I try not to be any partisan zealot, if you will. I mean, I know who I'm voting for, and this debate is not going to change my mind at all. So I'm perfectly comfortable in asserting my position that I believe Trump is the better choice for president. I believe that we had a better economy. I believe that our border was more secure. I believe that repealing Roe versus Wade was a good idea and returning it to the states. The problem that I have, and I've had it since, you know, really kind of day one with Trump, is his non-linear way he speaks in putting forth his ideas. It's sort of all over the map, and it hurts him. And I really wish he could find a way to become more poised and clear in his communication methods. I think that's a problem for normies.
I agree with that in a lot of ways. I personally, I like when he goes off script a little bit, makes a joke, makes a thing, and then they fact check him on the joke. So I understand where that hurts him. Like he'll go off script sometimes or go out of the thing and make some silly statement that anybody in their right mind, everybody really knows it's a fucking joke, except for we are surrounded by morons. So then some people think that he actually meant these little things that he said. And it's like, no, that was a freaking joke, or you can't really take that. He didn't mean it like, oh, he's such an idiot. He actually thought this. And it's like, no, he was joking. God damn.
Sure.
I do like the normality about him, like just being a funny person who's not just trying to please everybody all the time. But that does hurt him, and I do agree with you that you're 100% correct. I'm not arguing your fact.
Yeah.
You are correct.
No, I mean, I fully, I enjoy Trump the person, but when we're in the trenches and when it's something as important as, let's say, this debate, like one thing I noticed was when Kamala Harris said that people are leaving your rallies early because they're bored. I watched Trump's face, and that was like kicking him in the balls. And he had to go on a 1.5-minute tangent about the size of fucking rallies, and his rallies are fantastic. And I'm like thinking, oh my God, bro, no one fucking cares about that shit. Only you care about that shit.
And they baited him into that. That was the thing.
That's what I'm saying. He takes that silly shit and runs with it, and it's like you got to learn to let that stuff go, man.
He could. I agree. He could have got out of that one like, okay, yeah. Moving along and just laughed it off like, you don't. Right. I don't. You know what? I'm not even going to go here. I don't punch down. But let's, instead of doing that, let's talk about actual topics with the country. Like he could have just moved that situation on just like that and say, no, instead of that, I'm going to use my time to let's go back to talking about immigration.
Bingo.
Yeah, like that would have been a lot smarter for him. Be like, no, I don't punch down. What a joke. All right, so we're moving along. We're going to talk about real things like immigration again. I'll use my time to talk about that. I've got 2 minutes. Here we go. Like,
that's right. So that's the kind of stuff that has always kind of driven me nuts, where I've always said he steps on his dick or he shoots himself in the foot. And I mean, it's just kind of I don't know what it is with him. I get it. He's a counterpunch or whatever people want to call it. But sometimes it's to his detriment when the chips are really fucking pushed in, like on this. This may be the one and only debate. I did hear as soon as the debate was over that Kamala Harris's campaign has put out that they would like, or somebody else said that they would like to host another debate in October. And I'm all for that because I think this one debate shit is bullshit.
Yes. It should be 3 of them, just like anything else.
Fuck yeah.
And you know who should do one is Elon Musk should do one and have Tucker Carlson host it and put her in that playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. Get some people that aren't necessarily partisan, but ask smart fucking questions and won't let them not answer, you know?
Or blatantly lead people. Not to say that Tucker and Elon wouldn't lead people, but if Trump's willing to go on the other end and be attacked by and have to debate 3 people, well, let her try to do it one night and let's see what happened. Then you can have the other one on fucking NPR or one of these things where nobody gives a fuck about them anyway. So, I just don't see it. CNN did the first one with Biden. So they're out. You know what I mean? So ABC did a very biased one this time. Let her stand up and do the one on Twitter with Elon Musk and let him do it. And let's see how that goes. And then do the other one wherever she wants, 50-50, meet somewhere in the middle.
I agree. I think that's a good idea. I was a little surprised when Trump seemed to get kind of stumped with the Obamacare question. Did you guys catch that?
Well, he should have too. I mean, that's something Republicans failed on. So, we can all look at, call a spade and say that, they failed on that one. They did not have a better plan that was presentable to the people because of the fact of where Obamacare has gotten us so far fucked up in the position now that how do you fix what we have now? The only fixed what we have now would be, and I don't agree that this is a good fix, but would be like socialized medicine, because at this point it's so close to already being that it almost already is. And you're already almost counting out everybody who, I mean, unless you have the middle class is basically fucked out of getting insurance unless you just pay hand and teeth for it. You're done. You can't get it. Rich people, of course, they're going to have it. Poor people get it for free. So it really doesn't fucking matter. It's the middle class that are getting screwed out of it. So how do you fix that? You can't at this point without just the doctors aren't going to charge less tomorrow.
Right. Right. Which, kind of makes me think that maybe this was all the plan in the beginning. We'll put Obamacare out there. We'll get enough people hooked on it. It'll suck ass. And the only choice is to fully socialize medicine, which is Hillary care. If you go back far enough, and it's like, fuck, the thing that drives me crazy is the way Democrats just seem to outmaneuver and have plans on top of plans on top of plans that go forward decades. And it always seems like Republicans are just playing catch up, and it drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then it comes down to the stupid, like nitty gritty, and then these stupid old, and I think it has a lot to do with the old rhinos anyway. They didn't do anything. I see a lot more people trying to stand up for things now, but then the Republicans always just cave. And that's why I'm not a Republican. I mean, I'm not some starch Republican here that's all, I mean, I am ashamed that I freaking voted for John McCain and Mitt Romney. I mean, God almighty, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I hate to even admit that I did, but I did. But, I mean, the older I've gotten, the more I'm like.
Well, my thing is, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You're back. Take over.
I was just going to say, I don't think they cave. They're just all on the same side, and they always have been. It's like I was saying earlier in the show at the beginning, this farce they put on everybody in the early 2000s that the Bushes and the Cheneys and the Clintons all hated each other, and they were in this big opposition. That's just not even close to being true. So it's not that they cave. It's that they come to agreement and do the same things. It's a uniparty.
Yeah, see, I tend to fall in that category myself, LW. I think that Republicans are basically the foot pedal brakes on full-blown progressivism and leftism and things like that, but they don't really step on the brakes too much because they also gained from the movement of the Overton window. So, I don't know, man. Where we're going as a country, I don't know. I don't have faith. I hate to sound black pill, but let's say all of our dreams come true and Trump is elected and he gets even more members in the Supreme Court, and we get the Senate and we get the House, and I'm not sure if much is gonna really fucking change. I didn't hear him say anything tonight regarding the swamp, the bureaucrats, the fucking unelected individuals in these groups that we need to take apart. And I don't think
you have to look at now, though. But you do have to look at one thing now to way the debates are formatted now to where they're not before. They're only giving these people like 1 and 2 minutes. I was timing some of them. It didn't really seem like the timing was exactly right, but I'm not going to nitpick that. But they're asking them a question, and it's not really, there's no open conversation between the two, which what a debate actually is.
Mm-hmm.
This is all about the moderators at this point, not about the people actually having the debate. So before, when people were actually able to talk about those things, they are no longer even allowed. I mean, if you don't get your point out in 2 minutes, which can be hard to do, especially if you want to rebuttal some dumbass thing the other person said, for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, now you only got a minute and a half to talk about a huge question being asked to you, and they don't give you those chances to say that. And I think it would be a dumb thing for him to even bring that up right now anyway.
For sure. For sure.
Right, I mean-
I agree. This format is getting really weird. There is no discussion. That's why I like the idea when Trump did the Elon Musk, whatever they call it, live thing on X, and there was just a conversation that was had, and then supposedly, I guess Elon made the same offer to Kamala Harris to come on and do the same
No,
thing.
that was one of the parody accounts, but unless he really did it since then, but there was a parody account, that said, put that statement out there that a lot of people took seriously, thinking it was him. But maybe he did put it out as well. Now I don't know that. I know there was a parody account that a whole lot of people, maybe he put that out yesterday or something and I missed it, but there was a parody.
He did respond to the parody account. He said that she would be more than welcome to.
Oh, okay. Well, see, that would be interesting because I would love to hear these people in a long form communication of where they stand, pressed on issues, and when they start to try to wiggle, you kind of nail them into the corner and you ask them a little bit of stuff. I mean, I don't know, man. We're just in bad shape all around as a country, and it's fucking super scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. How in the world can, and that's what they've designed these debates. They want the people who don't pay attention to be like, oh, well, this person seemed like I'd have a beer with them, or they seemed more calm, so I'm going to vote for them. I don't care what the people's personality is like. I want them to fix it. You know what I mean? But that's what, how in 60 seconds can anyone give a detailed policy on immigration? It's impossible. I can't do it right now in 60 seconds. Or abortion in 60 seconds.
Certainly not the whole policy for sure.
Sorry, kitty cake. Oh, where'd she go?
Yeah, there's not, and that, it's like I was saying, that debate was, I mean, if anybody doesn't think that she knew the questions that were coming up in the order, like I mean, her stuff was so pre-rehearsed. There's no way in hell a woman could do like that. And I don't think she never really answered any questions. She did do good on the debate stage. I'll give her that. She did do good, but she didn't answer really any questions of substance about anything. She dodged the bullet on most of those, and most of the things were set up for her to be able to do that. And then his rebuttal was set up with, well, we know that you have said these things that aren't true, or blah, blah, blah. And then you fact check the things that they're talking about. And it's like, well, no, he is actually correct in the things that he said. Now you might, play it a little bit out of proportion or whatever, but like I said, I don't think anybody's minds were changed.
Right. Yeah. I don't think this moved the needle much at all.
No, I don't either.
It will in the polls. It will in the polls tomorrow. The polls,
for sure,
are going to come out tomorrow, and she's going to take a 4-point jump.
Sure.
Well, of course. At least on certain polls.
Well, on most polls, I think she will take a jump, and that's already been polled. It's already done. It's already set up. I don't believe polls. I don't believe any of that shit. I've never been polled.
That's what I'm saying. I'm 47 years old. I've never met, because I ask all the time. I've never
met anybody.
I've never met
anyone. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Wrong.
You've been polled?
You've been polled?
No, I'm sorry.
Congratulations, Mom.
I didn't understand the question.
Oh, no wonder. Welcome to Gutters Pub, guys, where everybody gets polled.
I'm just trying to break it up a little bit, okay?
All right.
I will say that my phone rings off the hook nonstop, and I don't answer it because I don't know the numbers, and I guarantee they're fucking polls. Answer a few questions from some goddamn thing, and I just refuse to do it. So whether I could be polled or haven't been polled is probably the question of pushing the talk button.
No, the question at this point, Yank, is do you want to be polled?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I've been to jail. It's not fun.
Don't push the button, then. Don't push
And
it.
don't drop the soap and don't push the button.
Don't bend over. None of those.
Right.
Kick it all the way to the corner. Kick it all the way to the corner.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, it was interesting. I saw that on Saturday night you asked me to come on here, but I really, to be honest, I wanted to watch it intently to see if I could pick up on a lot of different things, to maybe have some viewpoints. Like even I'll do a simple one. Like when they first came out, Trump was hesitant. She walked right across the stage and shook his hand. I'm like, ooh, that was one for her. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys saw that.
My
Yeah,
point to that was like,
I thought
I'm
she
not
was going to hump his leg.
I'm
I
not
was
sure he was
concerned.
expecting her to come shake your hand. Who would come shake your hand if they say you're going to end democracy and that you're a Nazi? I mean,
Right?
what
Why
I
are you
mean?
touching?
Yeah, I wouldn't touch somebody like that.
Well, I the way I look at it is professionalism, and we're having a debate. This is the debate on ideas. This isn't personal, regardless of what's said outside the debate. So I was actually expecting it to go the other way. I was expecting Trump to walk across and shake her hand, which would have made her look diminished and make him look like the bigger person. But she beat him to it, and I was like, "Ooh,
Well, let's
this
just
might
be
be a
honest
bad night."
here. Well,
I
let's just
think
be
Trump-
honest here. Let's all just be happy he didn't do like the 7th grade psych thing and run his hand to his hair.
That would have been awesome. He would have got about 3 million more votes.
Or like
Or
wipe
like
his
a
hand
rat.
off, ask for some Germ-X after he shook her hand or something.
Right. Let's just be happy that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Or he could have just refused it, and the next day, when they asked him about it, be like, I don't know where she's been.
Good point.
I am a germaphobe. I just asked Melania.
I think one of the biggest things, though, is that he knew she had all the cards. He knew that she, it was all set up in her favor. So I'm sure when he got up there, he's like, yeah, I don't know what you sons of bitches are gonna pull next, but I'm just gonna be ready. So I think he was on the defense from the get-go with good reason. Because I mean, she did. They set her up for every single question.
Well, and I didn't see a whole lot of people out there that were expecting Trump to do just overwhelming. I mean, I wasn't expecting Trump to do overwhelmingly good in this debate. She's obviously, I knew where they were going to go, and I'm not trying to sound like, Miss Cleo or whatever the hell her name was from the, 80s and 90s with the thing, like I'm some psychic, but at the same time, I mean, it doesn't take a psychic to realize that she's going to pander over women's issues. She's going to make, okay, let's just start there. I mean, we already did talk about this a little bit, but that was basically this whole thing. It was like you said, Gutters, everything was, could you possibly imagine what would happen to you? Handmade tales, the whole 9 yards, the same bullshit they've been saying for the past fucking, 10 years, 8 years. It's just nonsense. But that's exactly where they went. That's exactly how the whole thing was framed. He was a mean, orange man, bad bigot that hates women and is gonna force the 14-year-old, 10-year-olds. Didn't she bring up 10-year-olds or something like that? Like to have babies and a thing. And it's like, come on, man. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, they still haven't explained what rights women don't have that we have.
Yeah.
Dishes.
Sandwich.
Sandwiches and
maker.
dishes.
Sandwich maker.
I mean,
Get it
there's a
right.
million things we had to fight for. Listen, ladies. Listen.
Ass wiper.
Listen, ladies. We had to fight for years and years, and most of these men, they get to be 45, 50 years old, and they can finally say, some corner of their basement, they're like, I have a man cave. Now, they've actually belittled this. She can have a she shed. Now, that's no big deal. They've belittled men to having man caves where they've buried them in the bottom of their home in some back corner. Now, listen, ladies,
You fuckers
y'all
want
have
to
had,
go there.
listen, you've had the window over your kitchen sink since like 1956. So you got that right there. And it's taken us all these years to get a man cave. So let's just talk about rights, okay?
Well, what's the first thing when the 19th Amendment came out? What happened directly after that? Prohibition. Women came in and it was like,
Yeah.
no, y'all can't drink anymore.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I know that there are women who do, do vote the way I vote and think the way I think and everything, but I just think the percentage is too small. I'm sorry. Take it away.
Take it away.
How did that poll end up, Gutter?
I was just about to say, can't y'all just get polled like gutters and be happy with that?
Right.
Because this is the official poll.
Should
Congress
put a
is voting
smile
on
on
this
your face.
tomorrow on
Nice.
whether or not to cancel Gutter's pup. How did that poll end?
Right. She women's right should vote to be taken. It should say, should women's right be vote be taken. And
Seriously.
yes
They can't
vote
even
is
spell right.
46%, and the no votes is 54%. You lost.
God damn it.
See, there's too many fucking women in here.
I know it. I know. All right, so let's do this again, and no women can vote.
Perfect.
I like it.
Right? That's how it's supposed to go.
Communism, baby. I like it.
And in this, you'll get a home loan for $50,000, but you can't be from here.
I can't wait. If she wins, I can't wait to go apply for that loan to get rejected pretty quick.
I know.
I'm just going to identify as a black lesbian transsexual.
That is that.
You do sound like one. I mean,
What you talking about, Willis?
right. Oh, jeez.
It was funny when they were listing
panel.
off, when she was listing off the child tax credit, the $50,000 the home loan thing, and there was something else. I'm like thinking to myself, Trump should just, but they had the mics off, obviously, but it would have been like, who's paying for that? Where's that money coming from? Because the government doesn't make shit. Where's that money coming from? One of the things that aggravates me that I don't hear Republicans say enough is that Democrats just spend fucking money. They just, no amount of money will ever make them fucking happy enough. They just want always more fucking money towards all this crazy shit. And it drives me crazy.
Well, most of that money too that goes to programs that never really pan out, and it's kind of funny. It's like, what was the thing? And maybe Yank or LW, one of you might have more of the better numbers on this. But remember when they did the whole thing with the new infrastructure thing? And I mean, I don't know how many trillions of dollars it was. That's what I like to talk factually. I really do. Like, I'm going to give out a number, so I'm not going to give out a fake number. But what was created, like 8 charging stations or something like that? This thing
for like $8 billion.
It's like, well, come on.
Well, part of the reason that you don't hear the Republicans bitching is because those Republicans, they reap the benefits of those bills that go into place or whatever, because that, they like, maybe the star of the show of the law didn't go very far, or whatever, the grant, whatever, but there's people that are underlying that actually did make a bunch of money off of it. So I believe that's why, it's hard to go Republican or Democrat, because they're all a bunch of fucking crooks.
Well, I just thought of another lie. that went out in that debate that I had it written down somewhere. I was writing down lies and I lost my piece of paper. I'm afraid I printed it for trivia tomorrow night. So somebody's going to get my notes at that trivia game tomorrow night. When she said about the border deal that, they go on and on about Trump, stumping this border deal that happened, and he wasn't in president. So I don't know why they can blame it on him, but how he
bringing this up. Go, man, cook.
Okay. So how he was going that it was his fault and that the Republicans wouldn't sign this. But they try to blame it on him. He's not even president. So how can that have anything the fuck to do with him? But she stood there in front of everybody and said, our deal would have provided I forget the number, and that's right. That's why I don't want to be like misquoted.
Like 5,600 new
agents, new border agents, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't border agents. That was called for. The majority of that was to hire judges and processing people to process the people who were already in here and to where the cases weren't backed up. That wasn't putting border security. Sure, it was like a 10% was going to go or 8% was going to go to the actual border security, but most of that was going to processing and judges to go on and do the cases of the people who were already here illegally to process them into civilization and get them their green cards, get them, their naturalization, papers and stuff like that, get them on the road to that. So,
well, see, but even if that were true, it still defies basic logic. We opened it up and let 10 million people in here. So now we need to hire more or do this to fix our problem instead of.
But she blatantly lied, is my point, saying that
No.
Those were agents being put on the border to stop people from coming in. No, their plan called to hire more people to process and judges to do the paperwork and take the cases for the people who were already here.
Yeah, I totally
agree. Didn't stop the immigration.
I get your point totally lie. My only point is that it doesn't even matter if it was true because it still doesn't make any sense. Because you would, even if that was true, to try to hire those 5,600 people or whatever to a problem that you created in the first place. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, I just listened to both of you guys and two thoughts came to my mind. Well, specifically to like LW's point, you're not addressing the root fucking cause, which is what she was supposed to be in charge of, was that they're fucking coming here. And if you just like through an executive order, you can close down the border. You could just say no more people. That's it. And the other thing that came to mind was, again, it goes to the Democrats always just create these situations where we got to grow the government, guys. We just need more people. If you just give us more of your money, we'll have enough. But they never fix any fucking thing. And what I was thinking when that thing came up, that subject came up, I was wishing Donald Trump would say that not only the things that you guys just mentioned was also the fact that that was attached to a bill that was for Ukraine funding. So it's like, can we just have a standalone bill? How about that?
Oh, fucking genius, Yank. Standalone bills. God damn, wouldn't that just be fucking nice to have one of those just once?
On one thing at a time. Imagine that.
Yeah.
There's a great video.
Have a tax code go from 7,000 pages down to 10 pages.
And both sides are guilty of this. Now, this is not a Democrat thing or a Republican thing. The Republicans do it. The Democrats do it. They fight over this thing. You get 10,000 pages and they got to vote on some shit. And it's like, okay, here it is. Now, the little people who aren't drawing the bills, you have 7 hours to review this, or normally it's like a day or something. It's like, and there ain't no way in hell you can do this. Like anybody that would vote on this is an absolute moron because there's going to be stuff in there. Standalone bills, 100%. That should be a law. There should be no bills that should ever be able to be passed with fluff in them. It should all be standalone bills.
Well, and you'll hear even the Republicans say, well, it was a 5,000 page bill and you signed it, even though you didn't fucking read it, but you signed it. But you're whining about how many pages it was. That's bullshit.
Yeah. You'll see a bill and they name these bills like, feeding all the starving babies bill.
Yeah.
And there'll be like $100 million to the military, $45 million to whatever joke department or whatever.
Right.
And a little slice
to the abortion clinic
out to feeding kids,
Well, I tell you guys, I saw a tweet. I don't know if you guys follow him, if you're on Twitter or whatnot, but I would encourage everybody to check out Thomas Massey, Congressman Thomas Massey, and he puts out some good videos. And he's a stand-up guy as far as constitutionalism and the fuckery that goes on within Congress. You know, he's kind of like a Rand Paul kind of guy, huh?
I said he's one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, me too. Me too. He put out a video, and I think it was today. I think I might have even reshared it at some point. But he was in a congressional hearing, and of course, I'm sure you guys have all heard about this, the SAVE Act, right? That will stop illegals from voting and, you know, make the Democrats have to say that they're for illegals voting and all this shit. But it's attached to the fucking
100%
goddamn omnibus bill to fund the government.
Our budget right there. It's attached.
Yeah. Yeah, it's attached to that. So when you hear Johnson, the Speaker of the House, say, "Oh, we're not budging on this SAVE," guess what? That SAVE Act is going to be pulled right the fuck off that bill because the Republicans don't have the nutsack to say, "We'll shut down the government." Fuck it. So it's this shit that and then you see the tweets, support the SAVE Act, support the SAVE Act. And it's like, you can support it all you want. Thomas Massey comes right out and calls out both sides and says, this is all bullshit. This is theater. This is thespians acting like they're fucking against each other and they're all in the same fucking boat.
He was the guy that gave that speech the other day about that, right? Massey, right? When the other one that got up there. Yeah, that was a great speech. I love that. I was like right behind that going, God damn, say it again, brother. Say it again.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, the way we get played 7 ways from Sunday, it's no wonder that, again, the normies just check out and they come in and they watch the debate or they watch the fucking talking heads on the TV when it comes on at 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. or whenever the hell they get on. And they're like, look, this is all I can deal with because when I start getting deep dive into it, I can't even function at work because it's just on my brain how fucked up everything is.
Oh, yeah. I used to get into politics way more than I do now. And it's exactly for that point to where I realized that, I mean, I'll speak my mind if somebody asks my mind. I don't really like go out of my way to talk politics. I love talking politics, but it's not as bad now as it was 4 years ago. But I kind of got tired of like losing friends or losing things over stupid things like something that really doesn't matter when in the end you have a bunch of people who just do what the fuck they want to do anyway. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, point. I see both sides, but also I go back and forth. I try to do that. Like you can't think about it 24/7. You'll drive yourself fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you know, I think of things too. You know, I've got a 16-year-old son. He's 2 years away from being able to be drafted into some bullshit ass war that they get us into, World War III, and shit like that bothers me. And you know, he's going out to this world and in a couple of years. And
now you've never heard me back down from a political conversation,
right?
I didn't mean that. I mean just as far as like starting them.
Right. No, but yeah, I got to take a break. I mean, I got to watch some college football and fucking watch a movie and shit.
Yeah, you got to. You'll go crazy. I mean, that's honestly why I left doing Yank and Gutter, because it just got to be too much. It was, even though it was only once a week, I mean, we had to pay attention to the stuff during the week to have content and to be able to speak relatively intelligently regarding the subjects that we did talk about. So it just got to be too much. That's why I left. You know, I'm glad whatever, someone hacked me and I'm out of Facebook. Now I go to Twitter, I get my little soundbite, I get a pulse of the nation, and I go, okay, I know what the hell's going on.
Suck his brains and out no more.
What'd you say?
Yeah. What was that? I got to clean my ears out over here.
Sorry. You wouldn't let me suck your brains out no more.
Oh, I absolutely would, my darling.
Oddly
I don't think
enough,
it got any better.
Oddly enough,
until my forehead buckled.
Welcome to Gutters Pubs, everybody. Here we are.
Is that your handle, Yank? on Twitter, the same one on your little icon there?
It is, yeah.
So,
Yeah, let's sub Yank up over there on
quite
Twitter.
that minute.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I
meant
can't
it,
seem to
like,
gain
really
any
his
traction
friend.
on Twitter whatsoever. So I don't know if it's because I don't bother paying for the blue check mark or what, but whatever.
Dude, that blue check mark ain't doing shit right now, man. Just to be honest.
Okay.
We used to get like huge traction on Twitter. I can post shit now. And since I've even got, well, we got the whole ban, but
You never posted it, fools.
it's still not even with the blue check mark. It's not.
Huh. Okay, so in other words, don't waste my money.
They're saying they're going to do something to fix that, but we'll see. I'll let you know. Oh, there's only one D in redneck. I'm still not seeing you. Yankee underscore. Is it just one underscore?
You're already subbed.
You know, I'm actually not even sure.
Oh, I'm
but
already
if you go Yankee Redneck, New Hampshire, I should pop up, or Yankee Redneck, and you'll see me. I'm smoking a cigar. I look the same, basically, a goatee.
LW says I'm already subbed to you, so there we go.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay.
brother. You just didn't sub back. Thanks, Yank.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll look for you.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm usually pretty good. You know what the thing is? I get so many. I don't know how many people follow me or whatnot on that thing, but every time I look, it's some chick with big boobs and absolutely no profile.
What is up with that?
I don't know.
That might have been us.
Every time I post anything, if I ever post anything about the vaccine or anything like that, I automatically get like 4 DMs with some bullshit account, some big titted OnlyFans girl.
I know.
That's odd, isn't it? I think if I were to ever click that link, it's probably going to hack my shit.
Right.
Elon Musk. I had a fake Elon Musk message me. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? Come on.
At least be the real one, for Christ's sake. He does talk to people.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Well, listen, guys, I got to head off to bed. It's 12:30 or so. What's that?
I'm glad you came on.
Yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Yep. To anyone listening out there, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, share this with people you know on different platforms. Help grow this channel, because this is a cool place, man. They got some really far out cats that have some great minds, and we have a good time and we talk. I would hope everybody would at least do that. At the very least, it doesn't cost you anything. So definitely give it a whirl and show up here every Tuesday night.
Thanks, Yank.
Thank you.
Have an awesome week.
What's that?
I said thank you, and you have an awesome week.
Yank should come back more often. I like this panel right here.
Yeah.
I like the way that everybody was able to make points and let the other person make their point and hear different perspectives. I wouldn't have even minded a bleeding heart up here. Sure. You know what I mean? That would have been nice too. Or, somebody opposing view. And I think it would have gone the same way. I think everybody here is respectful enough and knows, So that's cool, Yank. Come back and hang out. Gutters has said a lot of good things about you. I didn't catch the old Yank and Gutters days, but I can see why she speaks so highly of you. I love you, brother. And
thank you, man.
Talking to you as
thank
always,
you,
man.
Fools. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man.
Good to talk to you guys too. Take care, LW. I'll talk to you guys later. Good night.
Night, Yank.
That's a good conversation right there. I like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing what you were saying about having a bleeding heart of it. I don't think I've changed that much, but I think if you went back and talked to 1997 LW, I was probably considered a liberal back then. You know what I mean? But my views haven't changed.
Were you wearing one of those Mexican ponchos listening to Pearl Jam or Nirvana?
Well, I love Pearl Jam, even though they're a bunch of fucking retards too. But I've been to 7 of their shows.
I know, it's awesome shows. One of my favorite bands.
But Eddie Vedder's a retard as well.
Hey, some people can sing good, some people don't, you know. Remember the Vaselines? I came across this thing the other night. Remember the song the Vaselines did where Jesus don't want me for a sunbeam?
Yeah.
I just so happened to come across that the other night, and I sat here and listened to it like 3 times. Not the Nirvana, or was it Nirvana? Yeah, Nirvana that redid it on the thing. But I sat there and listened to the old Vaselines one, and I listened like 3 times over, and I was just like, closed my eyes. I might have been, you know, a little bit stoned, but I was sitting there thinking, you know, like I felt like I was right back in like 1995 or 96, wherever it came back, you know, closing my eyes thinking like, oh, man, I remember this. This was awesome. I was about that.
Oh yeah, I was a big grunge head back in the 90s. I loved Pearl Jam, Soundgarden.
Oh, Soundgarden, great show. Great show.
Oh yeah. And I never really paid attention to Stone Temple Pilots until recently. Their second and third album are really, really good.
What about Alice in Chains? I mean, come on, that was absolutely awesome right there.
Well, I went to a Lollapalooza in Nacogdoches, Texas, I think it was. And that lineup, man, was crazy. It was like Pearl Jam and Soundgarden, and was it Jane's Addiction? And
I love Jane's Addiction too.
Yeah, all those guys.
Got caught stealing once when I was 5. I would have done Jane Says, but that would have made me only think that I only knew that one song.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jane's Addiction, another great band. All those were great. That takes us right back to the mid-90s. What a great time to be alive, the mid-90s. Did you like that time? Good. Oh, wait, you're only 39. That's right. You were young.
I was, yep. I was already, I already had 2 kids in the 90s.
Oh, well, I had one. I had one in the 90s. I did have a kid in the 90s too, so you know.
Yeah, I had one in the 80s and 2 in the 90s. So.
All right. Well, you got me beat on the 80s, at least that I know of. But I did have one in the mid 90s. So.
That you know of.
Well, you always got to add the disclaimer.
Right. Yeah, 3's all I know of for me too.
Yeah, well, it's a little different on your end. But yeah, look at the chat though. Getting in PG just talking about the Smashing Pumpkins. We got Fear and Back Rows, Mountain Song, great Jane. Yeah, Mountain Song. That was another good one by Jane's Addiction there. The Descendants. I don't know, how do you say this person's name? I'm so sorry. I always feel bad, but is it Kaylin?
Kaylin.
Yep. Okay.
She's from Canada.
Oh, okay. What's up, Kaylin? I did pronounce your name right, so you can't yell at me. In Canadian. And that would actually be really nice. I would bet, because Canadian people are always nice, it seems like. Kind of like the Japanese. They're always nice.
They are. We've met tons of cool people from Canada. Tons. Mother Love Bone.
Mother Love Bone. That was a cool band.
Mother Love Bone.
That's where a couple members of Pearl Jam came from.
Mm-hmm.
That's
right, LW. I wouldn't have thought of that until you just said that, but that's
Pearl
actually right.
Jam, Mother Love Bone.
Oh, I know all the stories too.
Nasty.
Did anybody see David Grohl in the dress singing the songs tonight? Because he found out he had a child out of wedlock, and he's trying to apologize and all those things. So David Grohl's wearing like this flowery dress that your grandma would have worn in 1982, standing there with his long hair singing this like sad song on the internet. Wow, quite the slap in the face from the grunge culture. I'll tell you that.
Well, that fucking guy, he's been.
Yeah, you got to see this if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I posted something about that. You know.
Okay, you saw it then.
He's you know, this is recent too. This wasn't like 20 years ago. This is like today.
Yesterday, yesterday, today.
which means what, TF? He's always been doing it. It's just finally one got past the goalie, right?
Nobody has. I mean, his wife's way too hot to have some old grandma dressed like that laying around. That's some shit. I mean, that's like some of that damn Anthony Perkins psycho, you know, Bates motel kind of dress type of stuff, man. You said that's like, whoa, like
you wrap a baby up in that bitch.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it already, like you bought it and it already came with flour on the hip, you know, like some cooking flour on the hip. Somebody's grandma was making biscuits and gravy in that thing at least 12 hours ago.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just him always preaching about morality and who to vote for, and you better take your shots. But all this time, his morality isn't that strong either.
But see, I agree with you on that, LW, and I think that's ironic. But I don't give a fuck about anybody's morality. Everybody's got bad morality. Everybody's done shit that's wrong.
I don't either. But my point is, I don't go around telling people.
Yeah, exactly.
I
ain't out there preaching, telling everybody they're pieces of shit because I've been so good, because I've done a hell of a lot of wrong things in my life. But yeah, exactly. We agree. We agree on 99.9% of things, I think.
But if I saw that story and he wasn't preaching about morality, my first thing would be like, well, yeah, but let me see the girl first. Let me see the lady first.
Right. Yeah, we haven't seen that yet. I'm kind of curious. I thought about that too. Like, what does she look like? His wife looks, she's a smoke show. The last time I checked, I don't know. I haven't, not like I'm checking on that. I mean, it was like 2 weeks ago, but I have no idea what his wife looks
there.
I mean, is his wife still a good looking woman?
I assume so. They're rich.
Let's look it up. Can you bring that up, Gutters?
I'm sure she's got everything.
David Grohl's wife. Let's
away.
Let's see what David Grohl's wife looks like.
Who the hell is that?
Wow. All right, type in DAVIDGROH. Isn't it something weird?
Dave Grohl. I don't think you'll find it as David Grohl.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. David Grohl, American music. Okay.
Okay,
right?
we don't care what he looks like. Let's see what his wife looks like.
Oh, wife. Okay.
He looks like a monkey. We already know what he looks like.
In a dress now.
I never liked the Foo Fighters. They're like some sort of pop version of grunge or something.
All right.
A couple good songs, but they're not all that.
Oh. Lord, she just had a baby?
Well, no, his wife didn't, but some girl he met did. Which I don't care. No, I'm not like.
Welcome to baby outside. Oh, you prick.
Some lady in Fort Worth, Texas had a baby. Or wherever fucking town it was.
Okay, let me find it. That one just wants to give me a story.
Tampa Bay, Florida.
Well, no, Gutters, what we want to see is what his actual wife looks like compared to. I don't think we've seen what the girlfriend looks like, but I'm kind of curious, like, what were you cheating on her with? Or where'd you start? Like, this woman's not good enough for you, so you had to go find it. I don't really care. It's not the thing.
Okay, I got it. Versus girlfriend.
I love it.
Versus. Get this shit down.
Thing they do. Yeah, we've already almost voted to take away women's right to vote tonight. Now we are doing rating people's baby mamas versus their wives.
So. You're gonna have to fight for your life. There you go. And you're married. We're done fucking around. Okay.
Simple as a dog. Oh God. Oh God.
Okay. Here's the wife who looks like her eyes look a little psycho, like she wants to kind of rip your heart out and eat it.
Maybe she's just on acid. She's married to David Grohl.
And
probably, I mean, can you blame him? He probably came home from a long tour. Yeah. And he went outside and the grass wasn't cut. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, click on that. Let's say like a full thing. Like I hate these shoulder and above shots. They're very deceiving
with this family and stuff like that.
Yeah, let's see the whole family. The second one, I like that. We'll see the whole family.
Okay, let's go back.
Wait, come on, Michael J. Fox, right there to the left. Yeah.
Suck it.
I see that mouse thing going around in circles.
I know. I'm about to have a seizure over here. We're going to put a thing. Now you can actually. Now you can actually click on the picture and make it big for us if you don't care. Because it's really little.
I did make it big. Where'd it go?
Man, Alex P. Keaton.
That's what all the women say.
It just
disappeared. Now watch while I pull a rabbit out of your ass.
Okay, stop. Okay,
Be playing here all night. God damn it.
That's right. Okay, just a minute. Okay, whoa. It's this one. Okay. Right? Okay. There.
Yeah. Okay. So here's, whoa, Jesus Christ. Look at him. Now, his wife, I mean, they're.
That's his wife, right?
Yeah.
Or is this is his
No,
wife?
this is his daughter. His daughter's obviously going the punk route, you know, thing is his dad, which is cool. Yeah, I said his.
So that's his
maybe I missed-
daughter. And that's his wife, right?
Yes, yeah. So everybody looks normal, and even he looks like just some, weirdo. Now let's see if we can figure out what the other girl looks like.
Find the girlfriend.
I doubt she's going to come up.
Oh. You don't think so?
No, but his wife's still a very beautiful, attractive woman. So, I don't know. Right there, she does kind of look like a lizard person.
Who is this one right here? This
I don't
pink.
know.
Okay, let's do this.
Now watch out. Make sure you take this down, Gutters. We don't want to see your search history, for the God's sake. I'm just trying to spare you something. Take this down, do the search, and then come back,
Okay.
We're about to start seeing those. You know when the advertisements pop up on people's pages and you're like, we know what you've been shopping for on Amazon.
Okay, what? Don't distract me. Which one is it? Is that her?
I don't know. Is that Mel Gibson in drag on the bottom? Is that Mel Gibson in drag on the bottom right?
What the fuck are you looking at?
On the bottom right, isn't that Mel Gibson?
What the hell is that thing right there?
Like a 1981 movie, It's like it's like the prequel to Lethal Weapon.
That is not what I'm looking at. Okay, something went wrong. Desperately wrong. Just a minute. No wonder you guys are like, what the Okay, give me a minute. Hold, please. Okay, I think it's this one.
Okay, I'll be right back as well.
Okay, why didn't you tell me there was no bitch in pink there? Okay, see, like, is that her? Nope, that's the wife.
You're not going to be able to find it. He just posted it on Instagram like yesterday or something.
Oh.
He was probably just trying to beat the press to it,
Uh-oh.
It'll probably be a while before that becomes
Where they
public.
show it. All right, well, I guess we don't get to see what she looks like, but there's the wife. I mean, as long as she shuts her eyes, she's probably fine, but she got crazy eyes. Look at that. She's just fucking.
All right, so this is the mistress. Can you blow that picture up? Can you make it big?
Okay, just a minute. Let me go back. Hold, please.
You don't have to go back. You just click on it and make it big.
Well, it won't. See, when I turn
touch
it won't.
Just touch it, Gutters, and it'll get bigger. I promise.
I did, and it's showing me bigger, but it doesn't let you see that it's bigger. Just a minute.
Oh, that's an even worse, Rob. On.
It's like I have to prepare it for.
Yeah, we gotta prep that thing.
The growth. Okay, just a minute.
Can somebody call a fluffer over here and make this happen?
We need a fluffer, annihilate. Okay, here you go. So look at her.
Now this is his wife, right?
This is his wife. We can't find the girlfriend.
Hey, okay. And she's a beautiful girl.
She is, but those eyes look like she's gonna kill you in your sleep.
She definitely. There's like she may or may not have created Adderall.
Look at how he holds her hands. Like, no, honey, I'll hold this hand for you.
And don't her hands look bigger than his?
Kind of.
Hers are kind of like talons. Maybe she has talons.
Talons. Oh, there she is again. See them eyeballs? She can't even cover them up with eyeliner. Holy moly.
You think she shits the bed too?
I think that she'll shit in your mouth if you're not careful.
Might be one of those, like, I mean, he's kind of going for maybe a little bit of a Johnny Depp look right there. So maybe he's
Yeah, he
getting
sure
on
is.
board with the poop
I
beds.
think she's that kind of crazy lady. Like, you will wake up and her hands would be around your throat, and she'd be like, "All right, I told you."
You wake up, you walk in the bathroom, she's smearing lipstick all over the mirror and painting her face, you know, and you're like, okay, I'm going back to bed.
Is that why nobody wants to stay with Jennifer Aniston? She's
there must be something weird about that too.
Gotta be something.
Because she's like one of the hottest women ever walked this earth, and yeah, she can't keep a guy around for more than a year.
They want to get out of there as soon as they get in.
There's the whole family.
It looks like a pretty functional household.
Really?
I mean, I'm not gonna like go back to that picture for a second. Like, I am not gonna at all make like even the girl on the right dressed in a punk shit and stuff like that. Nah, I mean, that's cool. I grew up with that shit. That I don't hold anything against that. Really, that is not a bad family picture. I mean, yeah, sure. I'm sure everybody's like, Lucifer on the right. Like, please, could you at least wear a pink dress like all the other daughters? You're like, no, I only wear black. And you know, you'd be like, okay, but dad's a punk rocker. You can understand that for probably a 15-year-old
Right.
girl. Yeah, you know what I mean. But
Right. It's the attitude behind the eyes that would.
yeah, and she does have her mama's eyes, don't she? Look at that picture. Look,
But do you see how Mama
other two
looks like
girls-
she wants to kill you, and the other girl just looks like the Mama looks like she wants to take you out. The daughter looks like she don't have time to take you out. Like she's
and he looks like he's holding the mistress is taking the picture. Like he handed the phone to the mistress and said, "Hey, do you mind taking a picture of a baby?" Or she's like, "I'll take it," and walks
That's
up.
right.
He looks, "Oh shit, this sucks."
Yeah, he's in trouble.
All right, so enough about Dave Grohl.
Right.
Okay, now
Unless
it's
we can
about
see the
Dave
new
Grohl.
girl, then it's not interesting.
Yeah. I want to
Right,
be
I
able to
agree.
determine if never mind.
You can't tell me what her name is, so I can't go hunt her
No, I
down.
don't think that's been released. I think last I saw, because I did try to look into it out of that curiosity. I'm like, she better be, something.
Well, I'm sure the internet is working on it. We should probably know in a couple days,
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't know already, to tell you the truth.
No, you're not. Money. He's got a lot of it.
Money.
And money can make somebody go, yeah, I'll shut the fuck up and just do this.
Yeah. 150,000 a month child support is what I'm probably guessing. So she'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah. For 5 years until he gets to be about 10, 11. And then she'll be like, I'm old. I need to make a fame for myself. Yeah. And then it will come back.
He gonna do everything he can to regain their trust. That's what he said.
Yeah, his statement was, and I feel for the guy. I mean, I don't hold that against him. I don't judge him on that. I mean, that's shit that happens in people's lives, and whatever. Hey, I'm not beating him up over that at all. I don't want this to be misconstrued like that.
None of
I
my
hate
shit,
when people go on about because this has been a political talk, so I'll bring this up. I hate the fact that people go on about, oh, Trump cheated on his wife, or blah blah blah, or this and that, and what happened in people's lives, personal lives.
I agree.
I mean, fucking John
I do
F.
agree.
Kennedy fucked every goddamn thing. George Bush even had accusations of it. Every 9, 10, 11, 12, 20 something presidents have probably had accusations or have actually had those things happen. I don't care about people's personal life. I do what I do in my personal life, and I let other people do what they do. I don't really give a fuck about that.
Yep.
But I do want to see what the lady looks like. I mean, if you're going to cheat, at least cheat up, I guess.
Right.
Don't cheat down.
Don't cheat down.
Yeah, I agree. The only difference is, like I was saying earlier, you know you're doing shit like that, you're not allowed to preach morality.
And 100%. I agree with that too.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, you can get out there and say, vote for this person because of, but don't tell me to vote for it because of morality if you're an immoral person.
Yeah, I think Dave Grohl even brought up, you know, that Trump cheats on his wife and is a rapist. So I'm like, okay, well.
Kaylin said, just looked it up. His ex,
Well, this must be before his wife.
said he cheated on her all the time. Trying to find out about the girlfriend. Be right back.
Right. So Tina.
Kaylin's on it.
Yep. Good job, Kaylin. Tina Basic, or however you say that, I would assume it's Basic, must have been his girlfriend before he married his wife.
Well, this is what I would give advice to any woman.
I know what you're saying.
I would give it the same advice to my daughter, not excusing their behavior, but maybe don't marry an NBA star or a rock star.
Well, and here's the other thing. If you fuck around with somebody that's married, you might not want to marry them expecting it to last. I'm just going to say.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, let's be honest.
And LW, to your point, I mean, like if you wanted like the perfect good husband, you'd be like, well, marry a oh shit. I'm trying to think what would be like the most boring profession that anybody could ever have. That's what you would be wanting your daughter to marry, you know. But yeah, you know, that's probably not what they're gonna think in their mind. But yeah, what do you do? Well, I fulfill TPS reports every month. You know, we'll go to Office Space and be like the worst job ever. You know, you want them to be like in the most boredom. But
yeah, but also you don't want their husband to be gone 7 months a year.
Right. I'm with you on that. I was just trying to make it fun. But yeah,
that kind of sounds like a pussy job. So that would never, if my daughter came home saying, oh yeah, he does TPMS reports or whatever. Yeah, that probably wouldn't go over well. I'm pretty sure we would all, well, unless he did what, depending on what he did in his pastime, like, you know, in his free time.
He used to be an MMA fighter, but now he fulfills TPS reports.
I'd be a little worried.
I get you, LW. I see what you're saying.
Your pension bag.
Yeah, don't marry a guy like okay, you marry he's 22 years old and he just got a baseball contract out of college. Right. And now he's a pitcher and he's the new pitcher for the whoever. I mean, pick a fucking team, and but it's on the opposite side of the country that you're on. Yeah, this probably ain't gonna work out too well. I've watched Bull Durham way too many times.
Well, it's like your boy for the Dolphins who got in trouble with that getting pulled over and arrested or whatever. Tyreek Hill for the Dolphins.
Do we want to talk about that? Because
no, I'm just saying.
No, I don't care.
That dude has 4 children by 4 different women in the last 3 years.
Jesus.
And that's fine.
Like 10 others.
Yeah, he's got like 10, 12 kids or something. And that's fine. I mean, I don't give a fuck about that. I hope he does good for the Dolphins. I think on that topic, there's definitely 2 things can be wrong at the same time.
Right.
I watched that from every different angle that I can see that. Do I agree that one police officer who acted like a fucking asshole was out of line and not doing his job? Yes. Do I agree that my team, I like I really hope they do. I know nothing about the guy, but I hope my team, my Miami Dolphins, do well. But okay, the privilege and everything I like to look at people, everybody's the same. The first thing he said, he pulled up to the thing, had his window down, and like one of the first things, he's like, hey, I'm running late. I just write me the ticket so I can go on. And then rolls like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to watch this again and get the exact wording correct. But that was basically the gist of it. And they're like, oh, then he rolls his window up. It's like with these dark tinted windows, which I love dark tinted windows, so I'm not against that. But if I get pulled over, I ain't rolling my fucking window up. I'm leaving it down because I'm not going to put, a cop into that situation and escalate it. That whole situation didn't need to be. All he had to do was take his fucking ticket. But when you see the cop get out walking up to that, and there's like 7 fucking motorcycles or something in a police car going up on this side, and it's something over here. There's no way in hell you had that many police there on scene at something that was what they're trying to make it out to seem like. He did something. Oh, he was only going. He peeled like something happened. There's no way that there's 7. Like, I say 7. Maybe it was 6. Maybe it was 5. Maybe it was 3. Maybe it was 8. I don't know. But there's all these goddamn motorcycles behind him. Police motorcycles in Miami. There's all these things. He's going down, I think, 27th Street, which is it's not like going down the Autobahn. And there's more to that story than that's all I'm saying. And they both acted wrong.
I try not to, and I made the mistake, because I agree with Gutters and Pete a lot on their takes on cops and stuff like that. Totally. Now, I know you do too.
Me too. I do too.
But I tend to just kind of wait to see the whole story, and I messed up, like I was talking with Pete about it. Like, yeah, they were a little aggressive there. But then I saw all these other videos like you were talking about, and then I don't know, you and I would just be like, okay, keep the road in the world down. Hands 10 to 2. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was fucking going fast. You got me. And just wait for them to write you a ticket and yell at you, and then you go on your way.
Yeah, or just be real friendly and maybe you don't get a ticket. But have you ever been pulled over by multiple police vehicles?
No, and that's what I'm saying. I saw the one clip of the video where how fast those cops had to go to catch up to him. And he's in this Maserati or whatever the fuck it is. Or whatever, I don't even know.
Ferrari, maybe.
Ferrari, yeah. But see, in defense of cops, I've had cops in my family and friends that are cops and stuff like this. That shit really pisses them off when they see a car going 110 or whatever he was going in and out. And
now they're saying 110.
Right.
Well, see, now the people in defense, original story was 110. Now they're saying that's not true. And he just got a thing for careless driving in a seatbelt. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, but cops are really sensitive to that type of stuff because, it happens here in Houston. My ex-wife was an RN. She's had to deal with it too. They have to go peel little babies and, have to bring it down, but they have to go peel people off the concrete who are dead just because somebody wants to drive like a fucking asshole. And cops have to see that. People don't have to see that in their daily jobs like cops do. And
let's remember that some of those cops are the ones that do those high-speed chases and run them through stoplights that end up crashing. And so, I've seen lots of that. And so that's the kind of stuff that I think, and I totally agree, that bullshit of, taking somebody out because you have a weapon the size of a car.
Right.
You should definitely be held accountable for it. But I think it also goes the same way, as I've said 100 times before regarding cops and how the other thing is you guys.
But every story has to be individual. It can't be mass.
You guys had mentioned the whole thing with, put your hands on the wheel and sit there and, look between the crack of their ass or whatever it is they need you to do. And then maybe you won't get a ticket. And I totally get that. However, we aren't that's not really how it's supposed to be. That's not the whole deal. I understand that, yes, my mom taught me to be respectful to others. She also taught me to respect the law. However, as time has gone on, I've realized there's lots of times when I will immediately show respect to any law enforcement officer. I mean, just anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. I show them respect. But if you don't show me the same respect, I may not disrespect you, but I may not show you no more respect. I may just completely kind of block you off and just so I have a kind of a hard time when people say, well, if you just put your hands at 10 and 2 and then they won't do anything and you won't get a ticket. Not necessarily. And that shouldn't be their right to decide whether they want to give you a ticket that day. Because what about if they got pissed off at their wife and it doesn't matter what you do, they're going to give you a ticket
I
anyway.
agree, but I don't believe that that pertains to this situation. Maybe possibly with the one officer who the situation ended up escalating later. I could see that guy being the steroid guy that's at the gym every other night or every night of his life. He has nothing. That guy, because the one guy kind of took over there and towards like when it got heated, and I think he has been put on, some kind of thing. And I don't agree that he acted properly. My point being though, is if I'm not mistaken, it was like 27th Street or something like that in Miami. And I mean, this is like, you're right there off of South Beach. 27th Street runs a long way. All the roads run horizontally through Miami. But I have not seen any camera footage or anything from the initial pullover that there wasn't like, and tell me if I'm wrong, but LW, like, tell me if I'm wrong. Is there not like 3 motorcycle police cars behind them? Like 1 or 2 squad, at least 5, right?
Yeah.
So have you ever been pulled over for speeding in your life? I've been pulled over for speeding many times. And you go past and a cop pulls over, puts the blue lights on, you pull over, there's one cop car behind you. Maybe another shows up if it's a slow day or, the afternoon or something like that. Maybe another one will show up. I've never had 3. And definitely not from the initial stop.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I always try to refrain from that until I get more information that slowly comes out, and this goes back to a different situation, but it's kind of the same thing as like the Kyle Rittenhouse. We didn't see all those other video recordings of him running from these people from like street after street after street until like after the trial was over. You know what I mean?
Right.
But everybody made a decision that he just shot people for no reason. And there was all this video left out or, put in the trial that the public never saw.
Mm-hmm.
And then another thing that I'm going to say about this video with is it Tyreek, right? Tyreek Hill?
Yeah,
I'm bad with names.
Good
right?
night, Mom.
Is that it's clearly in the police's video. And I'm not saying that I'm completely saying that I think that one cop was a little bit, or maybe way, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. He didn't like hold him on the ground and beat him or something, but it was a little bit over aggressive. But he calls such and such, who must be his agent or must be his lawyer, one or the other. They were beating on my window. And I mean, you clearly see the people that, the cop just keeps knocking on his window. It's not like he's beating on his window, and it's like, he keeps saying that. And it's like, okay, now all of a sudden you're exaggerating a story. Like, it's obvious if you watch the one thing to, knock, knock, knock to boom, 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 the way he describes it. And then they've got you pulled over. His first thing is go on and give me the ticket. Go on and give me whatever, because I'm running late. I'm running late to a game. Now, okay, you shouldn't be running late to a fucking game if you're playing in the NFL and you're making $200 million or whatever. I don't know. I think he got like some insane thing to go down. I mean, obviously he's not making 200 a year, but if you're making $10-15 million a year, you shouldn't be running late. I mean, goddamn. Let's just go ahead and call it that. With the state, he was fucking around. He was happy. He was probably having a good time. He probably came around the corner out of there and dumped the clutch in his fucking Ferrari or whatever the hell he's driving. and was having a good time like I've done a million fucking times. So I don't hold that against him as well.
Right.
Not in a Ferrari. I've only, no.
Yeah.
But in a fun car, in a fun sports car, you know, come out of there and like hauling ass. And then he pulls up, and then why you gotta roll the window back up? Can't you just say, man, I'm
Well, that's my point.
I was on
It's
that.
like-
Why is there 7 fucking police vehicles pulling him over? He obviously didn't stop right then. It took them a while to catch up to him. There was more than one person put on this pursuit.
Yeah, if you're just if you're getting pulled over and you didn't do anything wrong, you have your seatbelt on, you know you weren't speeding, you didn't run a red light, you didn't run a stop sign. Yeah, I can understand the attitude, like, man, what the fuck? But if you know you ran the stop sign, you know you ran the red light, or you were speeding or whatever the thing, and you know you did it, you have to be cool about it. Because if you want to fight the law, you know, go vote or go talk to city council, but it's not the bike cop's fault that you did the thing right in front of them and they pulled you over to give a ticket. They're just doing their fucking job. And if you know you did it, just be cool about it. Like, yeah, man, I really fucked up.
Well, I got a ticket the other day, man. It pissed me off so bad. It cost me $15. $15. And I got out there, my phone rang, and I picked my phone up, and I sat there, and I looked over to the left, and here's this state patrol pulling up right next to me, this young state patrol guy. I'm like, God damn it. He looks at me, and I go over to the right, and here he comes behind me. He's like, you're on your phone, and you're not wearing a seatbelt. I'm like, you know, I need your license. I'm not going to be one of them First Amendment auditors at that point. I'm like, dude, okay, whatever. You know, I'm going to go pay my $15 ticket and just fucking move on with my life.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think there's more to that story is all I'm saying.
Yeah, like you said, it's case by case. I tend to agree more with like Gutters and Pete on the stuff, but I also kind of take there's part of me that takes the other point of view as well.
Well, I agree with them on most of the stuff too. I mean, if I'm walking down the road and some cop walks up and I'm in a no ID state and they're like, let me see your ID, I'm gonna say, fuck you. I ain't get my ID.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, copper.
Yeah, I'm not giving you my fucking ID, but if I come out doing a donut in the middle of the road, I'm not saying that's what this guy did. And there's a cop sitting there and he pulls up and says, what the fuck are you doing? I'm going to be like, you don't know me? You know, I'll be like, man, fuck it, dude. I fucked up. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's different situations where we have to look at that. Not everything's black and white.
I agree. I totally agree with that. I do believe that each case is an individual case as to whether you're holding them accountable. But I also think there needs to be those guidelines need to be a set of guidelines that, you know.
But you'll never get that because human error is always going to come in.
But it's not human error. It's just like if you are a nurse, that's like saying, well, you're a nurse and you could take their blood pressure before you gave them that medication because the doctor asked you to do that every time you gave them the medication. But if you didn't and you just wrote the number in there, it'd be no big deal. You could just do
that's a bad comparison, Gutters. I love you, but that's a bad comparison to be like the cop on the side of the road and some guy starts mouthing off to you. Like you can see testosterone like merging. It's just a fact of life. I mean, those things are going to happen and we can't. That's always going to happen. You could put a million fucking regulations on that. If one man pisses another man off. Fuck.
I get that, but remember,
let it be women. Let it be women. Oh shit! Let 2 women piss.
We're supposed to be. They're supposed to be. Cops are supposed to be held up to a higher standard in the sense of they're supposed to have gone through all these trainings and been able to put up with that kind of shit. All the things and supposed to be able to maintain level-headedness and talk people down and all of those things too. And they don't now. They don't have to do any of those things because, of course.
But wait, all normal human beings are supposed to be able to do this on daily life, and it never happens. the cops are just doing a job. I mean, the person at Burger King is supposed to not fucking do that neither. The person at any job is not supposed to do that. Yes, we hold cops to a higher standard, and I'm not defending cops. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying human nature is always going to be human nature, and you never know what happened to somebody in the morning, and you never know what happened to them in the afternoon. You never know what's going to happen to them next. And let two women get mad at each other. Oh, fuck. You want to see how that goes? Hell, they'll be fucking on Facebook for the next 7 years about it. At least the two guys will just fight it out and be done with it 10 minutes later. Human nature is human nature, and it will prevail no matter what happens. So, yeah, you're going to get some bad cops. You're going to get some bad people. You're going to get some bad things. I think it's always important that we wait around before making judgment and find out all the facts, even if that takes.
I agree with. I mean, I don't think you should just, I mean, I usually go through a whole, when they're showing videos or anything of the sort, you try to make reservations for a later time, in the sense of if there's going to be other videos that come up, because lots of times there are. Oh, look who's here. Hi, Mr. Duggars. How are you?
Hello.
A lot of it. I'm sorry, Duggars, go ahead and finish your point.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, LW.
But see, like, it's media too, and politics that plays a lot of. I mean, did it make national news that a Texas cop was murdered recently, or another one was out giving a ticket and they were run over by a drunk driver recently in Texas?
I don't know, but it made it to my comment section because somebody came right in to chew my ass about it and said it was basically my fault because I encouraged this kind of shit.
No, I'm saying
not shitting you. They did.
No, it's not your fault. But what I'm saying is the media, portrayal of it. They only do one side. They're not going to say when John Doe was just walking in the gas station and somebody started shit with a cop and shot him in the stomach or shot him in the head and he died. That makes the local news. It doesn't make CNN, So it's a kind of a altered factual universe that everybody lives in. If you look at the national news, it's just people getting fucked over by the cops all the time. But when in reality, more cops die by citizens than cops kill citizens.
Imagine if the national news reported on Chicago.
Right.
Or Detroit.
I don't know. I just see lots of stuff. I could go on for days, and there's tons of video footage to back all of it of all the different things that have been set aside because of their immunity that they have been given. And a lot of times that has caused people's lives to be taken because the fact that they do get immunity. I mean, come on, how many times do we see where somebody goes to court because of some cop violated their rights? That cop don't pay shit. The citizens pay for that whole thing, one way or the other.
And I'll just be honest.
And you've played a lot of these things that I've agreed with you 100%. I totally agree with where you're coming from.
I think like I said, two things can be true at the same time. I do believe that one cop acted way out of line, and I do think that Tariq Hill, probably should have shut the fuck up and just been like the rest of us and not thought when he was like, just go on and write me a ticket. I'm running late. I'm doing whatever. I got to get the game. I'm Tariq Hill, basically, was what he was saying. He never said that. But I believe if he'd have just rolled the fucking window, I'm in a man. Sorry about that. I'm Tariq Hill. I'm headed to the game. I got a big thing going here in Miami. I really didn't mean to do it. But at that point, there wouldn't have been 765 police vehicles pulled around him when they first went to do the thing. So there's obviously something more to there was something that happened. But even then, if he'd have just rolled the window down and been like, shit, guys, I'm Tariq Hill. I'm headed to here. I got to, play for the Dolphins tonight. I'm blah, blah, blah. Not roll your window back up and make this big deal. And it could have gone so much different, I think, if he'd have just taken the L and gotten the ticket and drove away. And like it could have just been simpler, I think.
You think it was a sense of entitlement or something?
Well, I don't think they just targeted. I mean, we're in fucking Miami, okay? I don't think they targeted a you know, how much is a fucking car? $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 car. I don't think they were just like, oh, let's all gang up and bring the whole police force and surround this car and go up and give this guy a speeding ticket. That just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense. So, you know, nobody's for not wearing a seatbelt or whatever charges he ended up getting, you know, careless driving or whatever. I don't think that you took, you know, 3 or 4 motorcycle vehicles and 2 or 3 squad SUVs to surround a, you know, $200, $300, $400 million car, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, that you're picking out of the blue. Yeah, you know, so there's a lot more to this. Only to give them a ticket for. It's not like they were busting them for drugs or anything like that. So I think he came out of this would be my guess. The dude comes out of there, does some kind of, you know, kicking it, well, blah, blah, going to the game, fucking opening night for the fucking Dolphins, having a good fucking time with his buddy in the car, and he's running. All of a sudden, he didn't realize, but he's in pursuit of fucking police going through downtown Miami. And by the time they catch up to him, there's like 3 or 4 cars, and, you know, they're like, shit, and then this happens. That would be my best guess. But he's not any better than you or me or anybody else. I don't think he should have the right to be like, write me the ticket. I'm running late. I'm going to roll the window back up just to go do your thing. You know, no. He ain't no different than us.
Yeah. It's like we said, you know, it's best just to take it case by case.
Right. What's up, Bubs? How you doing?
Or maybe the cop had money on the game.
Oh shit! What a fucking insightful thing.
I mean,
maybe they all
Miami teams anyway. You know what I mean?
Hey, shut up! I'm a Finns fan, and I mean, I'm not saying either way who did what right or who did what wrong, but I think the cop did do wrong. I don't know exactly what he did, other than what I've seen, and I think he did wrong too.
Well, you know, there's somewhere there was a breakdown of communication. Or, you know, or he actually did something. I don't know. I don't know anything about the case or what happened, you know, but, you know, I've seen Houston Astros get arrested for DWI. Oh, I'm a Houston Astros. Well, guess what? I'm a Houston police officer. You're under arrest.
Right.
Well, what you going to do? You know, you going your ass to jail. That's what you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to do quite a bit of community reach out and shit, you know,
as they should.
Absolutely.
I mean, I like to have a few beers and shit like that, but I don't drink and drive and do, you know what I mean? Like, if I say I'm the designated driver, well, I'm not drinking. If somebody else is, I'll have a couple beers, but that's, you know,
maybe even
the way it is.
You know, I don't know, man. Well, I got on my game. They had destroyed my base, took my shit.
Poor Duggar.
Little bastards.
But you can always tell when he comes back, when he says, I got to go play Rust, and he comes back about an hour and a half later.
I know, you know, they whooped his ass.
It would have been fun if they'd have whooped me. They wait then they go break into your base without any resistance. That's no fun.
Mr. Duggar, what is it going to take to be able to hear like you do this live? I mean, do you actually, I mean, these people, you can hear them laughing and shit like that and stuff like that? Or
at times, you know, but these guys, I don't even know who did it. They wait till you're all, most of them wait till you're all flying, and then they just come blow up your house while you're not there. Or while, you know, and then they want to, you know, because they know you got a decent base, you probably got some good loot in it. But you know, that's not.
They're going garaging. So you're after work and they're going garaging.
Well, the funnest time I had on that game was defending a raid. That's what it's supposed to be.
Mr. Duggar.
That was fun as hell. You know,
Mr.
they
Duggar.
my landmines and me just laughing my ass. I found you another one of them landmines, did you, boy? And
Mr. Duggar, you got to figure out. You got to get with Tiger Baskins.
Yeah.
You got to figure out how to get the video of what you're doing, and then the audio of what you're hearing and saying.
That would be awesome.
I would watch that every day.
Yes. I would watch Mr. Duggar play Rust. I would actually do that.
that's how I got to watching a guy named Spoon Kid and Blueprint and a couple others. But
Dude, you'd probably have 1,000 people watching you play Rust. And I don't mean to fence by him, but if you could make it funny, they'd be
dude, I am
just to
so
laugh at you.
I would be so unfun to watch.
No, they'd be laughing at you.
I'm learning, you know, but compared to some of them little idiots there, and then you got cheaters, the hackers. Like, dude, I'm bad enough. You don't need no hack to whoop me. You know what I mean? But I do have my moments when I shine, and you know.
Have you ever played Rust, LW?
Never.
Do you even know what Rust is?
Only by Mr. Duggar.
Well, right, exactly. But I mean, do you know if the characters look like Lego men or G.I. Joes? I have no idea.
It's
Google it.
Pre-war. I mean, it's after the big war and stuff, and sort of like a little Mad Max thing, you know. But there's weapons, helicopters, horses. You build bases, make bombs, shoot rockets, have submarines, take over fishing.
I feel like it looks like Alec Baldwin.
There's so many different things. There's so many different things to do on there. You know, you could from growing corn to becoming the scrap, which scrap is money in that show. To being a king, and then you have teams of sometimes 30, 40 people, dude, going up against other teams of 30, 40 people. That's fucking nuts.
So this is like an alternate reality.
Yeah, it really is. It's fun. It's fun as hell.
Wow.
It's fun as hell, you know, because you got machine guns, pistols. But you start out on
machine guns.
You start out on the beach with a rock and a torch. That's all you got. And you got to build up from there.
I'm liking this.
And you go hit a rock, and you go hit a log with your rock, and hit a rock with your rock, and then you make stone tools and get with it. And you know, you go around. They got places you can loot for scrap and stuff like that. It's a pretty fun game. I'm kind of addicted to it, you know. So not like I was when I first started, because you know they showed me the shady side of it. They'll gang up on one of those handsome fat man little bastards, and you know. A lot of them ain't got no mercy. Oh, yeah.
I love it.
God, ask your mom if she knows Mr. Fishy.
Too funny.
And they, you know, they're tough little kids. And when they find out who I am, I got little Chads. You know, Chad is a kid that can really play the game. And I've got about 8 of them kids, you know, and there's usually 2 or 3 of them online. And when I come online, it's Mr. Duggar, all right, you know, because a 65-year-old guy playing a game with them just thrills the shit out of them.
Oh, I'll bet they think it. I'll bet at first they fucked with you, and now they're happy to see you. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool, man.
That's how I met my partner. He was trying to sneak, you know, kill me and get in my base. My buddy Fister's a 50-year-old guy. He's an older guy. And I just started talking shit. I called him a Democrat, which that started. He's so conservative, and that started the friendship. That, you know, he's a ninja too. He's been doing that shit playing it for 10 years, and he can get in bases you wouldn't believe. You got in there? How the hell did you get in there? You know, he goes, well, I played this game a couple of times.
It sounds like I mean, damn.
I tell you what, it beats that shooting basketball shit all the hell, or Mike Tyson fight it out kind of stuff.
Don't you go to Mike Tyson's Punch Out from 1980, what was it, 85, 87? Yeah.
Video games suck balls.
Oh, man, fuck that. There ain't no better than being able to go 007-373-5963 and go go straight to Mike Tyson and box it out as Little Mac. That is the best video game ever. I will go to my death saying that.
I don't know, man. You play Rush, you might change your mind.
Never.
Never.
I don't know. When you can get revenge on 4 or 5 guys at one time, that's even better.
I don't know. You probably shouldn't give your social security number out every time you say that, though, fools. I'm just saying.
Yeah, go on ahead and make that your social security number. That was fun tonight, Gutters, though. That was a good time.
Yeah.
I think I like having Yank on here. I think he's fun to talk to. I hope you can get him back here more often. I think he had fun though. I think he's realizing that all the responsibility isn't on him, so he can come back and actually just have fun talking. If that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, I like Yank.
Especially if there's a bunch of you guys that listen and don't talk over each other, and so he really, I think that's one of his big things is he can't handle is that whole talking over, and so if we all can't have a normal conversation, then he's like, fuck that, I don't want to go up there. Where if it's like we all can sit up here and have normal conversations, and I think that's what he what he kind of pulls towards, just because then I feel like at the end of the night, he feels like a lot of information got out versus no information. LW. Look at there. I ain't done. Thank you, sir.
He done gotten his aluminum can money.
I know. We should.
Oh, you gotta give that spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give that spit on that thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. She had to do a little thank you.
I think she ought to have been eating a bomb pop myself.
Look at that. Fools has been a member for 7 months. I believe that's the longest. And there's like.
I was your first. I was your first.
5. You were. And there's 4 or 5 of you that are 7-monthers.
Can we talk about this? Can we get a new like cool emoji or something like that? You can change those for month to month to month to month to month. Yeah, you can do first month is one emoji, second month is a different emoji, third month is a different emoji, and I think it goes to 6 months after that. But I mean, can't we get something cool to where like we're bad motherfuckers or something like that, to where it looks different?
What do you mean instead of that yellow thing?
Well, yeah, you can go in there and do that. Don't try to do it now.
I know, but
holla at me. I'll tell you how to do it.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'd much rather have something different.
Because then it shows like a difference of levels. You got to make them cooler up to the different levels. I'm gonna be a fucking pirate, like holding a goddamn saber or something at this point.
Right. I've been here a long time.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's noticed it. Speaking of which, fools, you need to talk to me because I've been trying to work on your pillowcase. If you remember the pillowcase we talked about that you wanted.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we need to talk about that because I can't. Yeah. So, anyways,
we're using code words now, people. We're using code words.
Code words. That's right. Are you going to bed, Holy? Good night. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Or
Good
at
night,
least
Holy.
hanging out with us. Do I keep talking over here like bucket?
Do I, Gutters?
I said, do I keep talking over you?
No.
Oh.
No, we're just letting you do your thing,
Uh-huh. Well, I think we got Holy Moly. She's like, I'm out for the night. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. It was a good time. Yep.
And I like Duggars stealing my Neil Diamond thing from me.
Hey. ain't seen no copyright.
That's right.
Dream of only me. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. But anyway, I always improve it anyway.
Yeah, you do everything better than I do twice.
I can do everything better than you.
Yes, I can. Yep, typical woman, always talking this nonsense.
That's right.
Quit talking with your mouth full. Give me a sandwich.
Oh shit!
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, we got LW. Thank you, LW. You're saving us. Well, what's on your mind, sir? I know anytime you go to pee, you have to come back with something thoughtful and insightful to say. So please take over, sir.
That's right.
No, I was listening when I went downstairs to smoke, but yeah, you're right. It was a good panel tonight. Everybody was able to talk and all that stuff. What you said, traveling fools.
Yep.
It was pretty interesting during the debate too. But I had a Discord going on, so I had to go. I'm glad y'all had a great time. I just want y'all to pray for my base. See, it's gone.
Thoughts and prayers, Doug.
Little bastards. But thank y'all so much for being here.
I've got to hear Mr. Duggar screaming at 14-year-olds. I got to hear it.
Dude, I don't scream. I'm just the opposite of what you think. I don't scream.
I got to hear them laughing at him.
Oh,
no, you know what he does? He talks between his teeth. He's like,
no.
All right, you little bastards.
So you don't ever even know the guys who get your base. You don't except on rare occasions do you even know who did it. That's what pisses me off. I want to know who did it at least. Because
well, I know Mr. Duggar.
I have a reason to live, then revenge. But,
I know Mr. Duggar long enough to know that if he's on a platform like that, he's not saying cussing or doing anything like that. I know Mr. Duggar. Mr. Duggar's a good man, and I know Mr. Duggar. We can all laugh about him on here being like, you sons of bitch, blah, but I guarantee if you heard Mr. Duggar on there.
There are too many kids on there.
Yeah, he's PG. He's,
And because you never know. There's some actual little Jacobs out there. I call them just Jacobs. They call them squeakers and Jacobs. That's what they call them. And they're like 8, 9. They're like my little Bubby. Bubby started playing that Fortnite game when he was about 5. Dude, he is to be feared in Fortnite now. And he's 11. He's badass. I mean, he could have his own server. He's that good. But so you never know what kid you're talking to on the other side of that, because you can't be talking stupid stuff. And if they talk stupid, then you can talk to them to make them feel bad. Your daddy wouldn't let you talk like that. Don't be talking like that. There's kids on this channel,
right?
And they get racist, all kinds of shit happens on that channel, bro. There's no mercy from some of them kids. They're just evil little bastards.
Yeah, we can't have that. I mean, we got to stick up for.
But it's a fun game, and you can get friends in there, and you either all live together or die together. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that act. Look at you gifting it up.
Aw.
I like that the other day. I went to gift a membership on yours, and I gifted myself.
Dude, that was the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
I love that.
LW goes and gifts a membership, and it was like LW was gifted a membership by LW.
I was like, fuck, I thought I was a member. What the fuck?
That was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen it happen.
Me either.
He gifted it and he got it himself?
Yes.
So then I had to gift another one just so I wouldn't seem like a douchebag,
And you were probably like the $199, but you got a gift of $4.99, so you were really like totally fucked there. Like, goddamn. Why doesn't YouTube let you do that? Because you have cheap memberships, like people can join a cheaper membership, but if you're going to gift one, it makes you gift that like one in the middle. That's a dumb thing to me.
That pisses me off.
That was
I've
the
got
first
mine
time I ever
cleared down
did
to
it, and the first
99
one was like $249. I'm like, oh, don't accidentally hit that.
Right, because it makes you gift a high dollar.
Yeah.
Blunt man, I'm worried about Marvin too. I bet he don't get very many sandwiches.
Marvin gets fed all the time.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if he has beer and sandwiches, he's having a great life.
Yeah. He
got this
definitely gets beer and sandwiches.
They got this girl on YouTube. She goes, "Can I make you a sandwich?" Dude, she's so pretty. Oh my God. She can throw down on a sandwich making action. But that little
Like
thing
the
is huge.
slaps that baloney right on there, huh?
Look at him. Can I make you a sandwich? And see that girl. She's so freaking cute, dude. And boy, she makes some wicked ass sandwiches.
James got that membership.
Who?
Mr. James. Mr. James, the guy that talks all the time and never shuts up. That like you can't get a word in edgewise.
Oh, James, really?
James, yep.
SK.
He's probably not here. He's probably on Ben's listening to Mel yell at everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, Mel, he has some very insightful views on politics.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Call people names and yell at them.
Well, that's typical lib.
Uh-huh.
You know?
With the jar cum in his avatar. It's perfect.
Right.
Oh my!
I like Mel though. I do like Mel. I choose to find the things I like about people and appreciate those, as opposed to the things I don't like about people.
Exactly.
And focus on those.
I know. I'm trying.
It's hard. It's a hard thing to do in life.
It is
but
a
you have to
hard
find
thing
that.
to do.
You have to find it. You have to like the things you like about people. You have to dwell on it. Let me rephrase that. You have to dwell on the things that you actually like about people instead of dwelling on the things you dislike about people if you are going to be a civil and cordial person in this world.
I know.
You know,
Yeah,
when
I always look at it like this. The other person has to be cordial first.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
All the other stuff, you know, all the joking around, that's cool. But, you know, every time something comes up with politics or whatever, like I couldn't come in here and disagree with Gutters and call her a stupid fucking idiot. And then that she's an insurrectionist, stupid fucking retard. But then when we're talking about food or whatever, just pretend to be cool with her. She'd be like, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. And you know me, LW, you know me. I like to fuck with people.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm just saying what it
it's
is. The other person started the name calling, so don't get mad at me when I call you a little fucking retard either.
Right, right.
The other night, you must have been listening too. I was making trivia questions last night, and I had Ike coming on there saying, "Fuck you, fucking." I won't say it. It was like everybody's in. I say, well, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Like, I don't fucking apologize. Just say what the fuck you want to say, motherfucker.
I must have missed that.
Yeah,
I'm sure I did. I think I went to bed.
I'm always lurking, motherfuckers. I'm always lurking in these YouTube.
Was that on Ben's channel?
That was it. Yeah, that or another gay channel. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah.
I hang out on a lot of those these days, which is really fucking weird.
Yeah.
Ever since you went to that karaoke bar in Houston.
I know.
No, it's ever since I went to a goddamn Astros game with you. No, LW takes me to goddamn Astros game, and next thing I know, I'm fucking like, yeah, you know, there's rainbows and shit coming out of my ass. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Dude, we lost one tonight, LW.
Again?
Yeah, today. Extra innings.
We got to get this fucker back out here to go to another game to get us back on the street.
Yeah, I know.
You know, when I went to a game at the Astros Stadium, you scored like 15 fucking points. I mean,
They
you
went
know,
on a 9-game.
or runs. We'll call them runs because that's what they should be called. But
And we swept the next two teams we played, you know.
Well, he showed up. We were 10 games back, and then we took like first place after he left. Now it's all downhill now.
you know, I'll be honest. I've actually been watching some Astros games like since then, just because it was fun going there. And you know, I'm like, because I'm not a huge baseball fan. I didn't grow up in baseball. Atlanta Braves has always been my team just by default because we went there on vacations. But never been a huge I like baseball, but I played baseball my whole life. But
yeah, it was cool. Obviously, you can't watch baseball plays 6 days a week. You can't watch every game.
No.
I tuned into one the other day, and they had the one of the announcers up in our little section that we were standing in. She was talking to fans up there.
And all we could do was to talk to that guy. I mean, he was nothing less than our best friend. I mean, by the end of the game, but he still wouldn't let us go down there. It's like, God damn, dude.
I know. I thought
that dude.
Bar seats had stools. They showed on the internet that they had stools. I'm like, when we got there, it was like, oh.
It was a fucking blast either way. I had a great time. It doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, it was a blast.
But that guy that was like, the seat czar or whatever, kind of like Kamala Harris letting people over the border. I mean, he would not let us and we're like, dude, there's nobody down there. Can we just no, I'm sorry, I can't do it, but please, sorry folks, park's closed. It's like, God damn.
Not Wally.
Yeah.
Boop, boop, boop. Ain't gonna do it.
Now,
the guy was nice and he threw people out.
Didn't Mrs. Fools go sit down on the steps and he made her get up after a while?
Yeah, just to take a fucking picture. She was like, and he's like, sorry, I can't leave you. I was like, dude, we've been talking to you all day. It's the fucking 7th inning. I know it's a great game, but come on. We've been standing there talking to you all fucking night. At least let her get a pay. No, I'm like, all right, goddamn it.
Can we get you a beer and put it in a Coke bucket or whatever?
No, they had beer everywhere. The places. I mean, they were like $20 or something. God damn, that was like the drinks and food and shit. That place was ridiculous.
Oh shit! What was that hot dog bacon sandwich you bought? Philip and I. It was like fucking $20 a sandwich or something.
Yeah, it was like $22, $24 a sandwich. I was like, oh yeah. I asked Philip, I'm like, well, what do you want? What do you want? Let's get all of us one. Let's go. Yeah, and it was good. It was cool. Fuck that. That don't matter. It was cool to, you know what I mean? I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world. I would have paid $100 a sandwich.
Are you anybody reading chat? Blunt man,
no.
Blunt man, and then his girlfriend got him on his deal and said, we are a bad influence on her man. Look at what he just wrote. He told he's gonna get a cock ring for wedding.
What? What the hell's going on?
Don't do it, then it'll be sore.
I mean, yeah.
But you'd love to be a little sadistic fucker, or with the other one,
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut right now because I'm a fucking weirdo. But yeah.
Oh, man.
Love you, Blunt man. Love you, Blunt man. I no judging here, brother. No judging here. I mean,
I love them cats.
Yeah, I was reading the chat during the debate. Blunt man had some good takes.
Oh my gosh. He's like the kid that you can't take to the grocery store because you end up, you can't just maintain yourself while you take him to the grocery store because of the shit he does and says. Yeah, I could totally see Blunt being that kid.
Oh yeah, he's probably a fucking hoodlum. But I like hoodlums and I like troublemakers and I like fucking weirdos and I like that. That's me. Is I hate the fact that politics get involved in all kinds of things because I'm a fucking weirdo, man. I like the goddamn crazy fucking weird bands. I like I'm so far left when people would think about some things, but I'm so far right when people would think about others.
Yeah.
And I like the LWs hung out with me. You know me. I'm not a fucking weirdo, but I'm all about having fun.
Yeah. I don't know. First thing he told me, you was a weirdo, but you were good people.
I am a fucking weirdo, man. I mean,
he's the same motherfucker you get on there. So
yeah, that's true. So that's what was cool about hanging out.
That's what I'm counting on. We were just meant to be bubs. That's all there was to it.
Yeah, Ben is Ben. Sam is Sam. Fools is fools. Mrs. Fools is exact. And
Mrs. Fools is a fucking sweetheart, man.
Yeah, she's
let's
the
just call
best.
it that.
I love
She's
her already.
she's a sweetheart. I'm a fucking piece of shit, but you know, she's a goddamn sweetheart.
He's a fucking con man. Talked his way into her heart, little son of a bitch.
Oh, I am. Goddamn, I tricked the fuck out of her. She always says that shit. Yeah, you know, every anniversary.
Good job, brother. That's our job.
I give her flowers, Mr. Duggar. I give her flowers every year with an "I'm sorry" letter. You know, just because I tricked her into this. So.
That's cool, bro.
There's a country song and it says something about she's the paintbrush to my.
Yeah.
What is that song?
I don't know. But
It's a new one.
I know which one you're talking about. You're the artist.
Oh God, I ain't getting all sappy and shit. I'm talking.
No. It's really good.
I'm being
though.
mean.
It's basically how she, like your blah compared to her color, like she, you know.
She adds the color.
Mm-hmm.
We are the epitome of opposites attract. She's saved my life so many times from stopping me and saying, "No, baby, you're 40 or you're 40 or sorry, 38, 30." I forgot none of us are over 39. But she stopped me so many times from being like, we've been on some fucking bridge or something. And I'm like, I'm jumping. She's like, no, you can't do that. Well, at the same time, I've been like, come on, fucking live a little. Let's go have some fun. And I've made her do things that she would never have fucking done. And it's worked out well. She's probably saved my life. The one time she did, we were in Bali and I was going to jump off this fucking cliff because I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm jumping. There's all these like YouTubers, these like young kids with their TikTok videos jumping off. I'm like, I'm fucking going. And she's like, you are not jumping off of this fucking.
He's like, no, Brennan, you're going to blow your ACL as soon as you lift off.
And I did actually stop it. I was like, yeah, my fucking feet are swollen from traveling for fucking 3 days in an airplane. And I'm like, yeah, I might be fucking 39 gutters. Yeah, I might be that old. And I'm like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this. Yeah. And I'm like, thank you, baby. Thank you.
Now, Kayla, she did call us a bad influence. How we a bad influence if he gonna say something sweet? You know? Hurt my little feelings.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be an influence, I'd kind of like to be bad. Just saying.
Rubber balls and leather, you saying?
Well,
it depends on who you're talking to, gutters. I mean, you want to be a good influence on. You want to be a good influence on younger generation, but when we get to us, I mean, come on, we already know all that kind of shit.
No,
I mean, it's
right.
so fun to be a bad influence.
You'll know for us.
Yeah, I'm not here to get to heaven. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I didn't come on YouTube with Heaven Root as well.
Yeah, it totally depends on who you're around, you know. Like, you know, I knew nothing crazy was going to happen, you know, because you know I had my son with me and stuff like that. But if it was like us four hanging out, we'd probably be like, well, what kind of shit are we going to fuck up tonight?
Well, exactly that. Like what LW is pointing to, like when his son and I, or the son and him and I and Mrs. Foles and Ben and Sam, you know, and everybody went and hung out. And we went to a baseball game together, and then LW and I and his son and Mrs. Foles went back to a hotel that they'd rented their room. We were in our same hotel, you know, and we're all hanging out. Like it was all positive. It was all, you know, we weren't giving like that. You know, it was a fun time. It was like, it was pure, wholesome. Like we're having a good time. Nobody was, you know, it was nice. It was cool. And LW, I will say one thing about your son, man, what a great upstanding kid. Super cool. And he was so polite, so nice. And, you know, you saw us as people treat him exactly like that as normal fucking people, you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure when we ever hang out, you know, without kids around, it'll be probably something different. But
oh, if you and I were just hanging out and we're downtown Atlanta, we're gonna be at the fucking Claremont Lounge, fucking throwing, nickels.
Get that girl $1. Quit giving quarters.
Strippers. I mean, that's just how it's gonna happen. But
yeah, be doing coke on Gutter's plane.
right, exactly. God damn, you'll kill me now. 39. I'm still 39. I can still do it.
I've been holding on to this for years. It's time to do it.
I'm fairly certain I'd have a freaking heart attack if I tried.
Oh,
yeah, you're only 39, girl. You're only 39.
It killed me dead.
Me too. All of us. We'd all just die.
I'd have time to go. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, we'd all just
It would
be
definitely
dead on
be.
landing.
It would definitely be the time that people would go, "Fuck you, you ain't 39."
Hey, but I guarantee it would be the most fun turbulence we ever had.
Well,
I don't know, man. I don't even know how I survived. That's when you go to Florida and come back with the pink shit, boy.
Well, shit, I know all about the 80s in Houston, brother. So I know you probably had a really good time.
I had marvelous time. That shit used to sit in the top of my freezer and wax paper. And homie just come get it, and he just give me the leavings, and I was happy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, so next conversation.
Yeah, I like pastrami.
Gutters, I'm getting ready to go to bed here in a second, but yeah, obviously I'm not up all night. I'm not Jenny McCarthy or what was his name? The other guy, man, the coolest guy that did. Yeah,
yes.
This is USA Network up all night. What was his name? Gilbert Godfrey. I'm Gilbert Godfrey, but USA up all night. Yeah. I love Gilbert Godfrey.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he died.
Yes.
I'm hoping Jenny McCarthy's still alive though, because she took it.
I do too.
Anybody follow Kamala Electoral on Twitter? God damn, she's hot as fuck. I mean, how is she not aged? I mean, we all know why, but I mean, there's certain things you can look at on women and go like, these things aren't. I mean, there's a lot of Photoshop going on there or whatever, but damn.
The ones that crack me up are the ones that have bigger lips now than they ever had before. It's like, how you do that?
No, but she don't look like that. She just still looks like hot, man. I mean, she just still looks fucking hot. She don't look all blowed up or nothing.
Her and Selma Hayek are doing it right. They still look pretty.
They
close
look
to
their
what they
age
did,
somewhat, but they're still as hot as fuck.
Yeah. They don't have all the duck lips and all that shit.
No, those duck lips are horrible, but
yeah.
She still just looks, how old is she? Like 50, 51? And she still just looks, I mean, granted, yeah, I mean, they're all real if you can touch them, but yeah, she bought them. But it's overall, the whole fucking thing is, goddamn.
And just the opposite, Whoopi Goldberg's turning into a caterpillar.
Well, now you're talking my speed, old Whoopi.
That's scary right there, boy.
Yeah, give me some old Whoopi.
Holy cow!
Oh damn, she didn't look good.
Hair the other night, man. That braid, it just looks like a critter falling on her head. Like she skinned some critter using it for a wrap or something. I don't know.
Would you like to be on that fucking hell eternity bus with
Whoopi
Goldberg and Joy Behar?
Oh my god!
Just yapping for eternity.
Fucking just poked me in the eye with the.
I could do it. I could do it if all of a sudden somebody would donkey punch him, and I could laugh every day. So no, I don't want hell. Fuck no. I want to be around them devils. I don't know. Man.
Yeah.
I still love that. This guy Tim Dillon was on Joe Rogan when they were talking about The View. He was like, "You talk about a show that." Tim Dillon was like, "You talk about a show that's put women behind." He said, "There's all these intelligent women across the country, and None of them are on The View.
None of them. Joey Behar. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Just listening to her chat. Oh gosh.
Joy Behar, isn't she that girl that pretended to be black forever?
Huh?
Joy Behar,
black man.
No, Joy Behar, isn't she that woman that pretended? Isn't that her name?
She's redheaded, pasty right. I don't know if she can.
Well, she probably will tomorrow, but
yeah.
What's wild is you see that clip going around on Twitter when Trump used to go on their show, and Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg all gave him hugs, and they were like,
"Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of somebody else."
Yeah,
you're right.
That's funny. You know, still, he did get him in one line in on the debate tonight. You know, on Kamala, I'm speaking here. I'm speaking.
Yeah, I heard it. That was funny.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. It was a good moment. Did you watch that thing, Bubs?
Yeah, I missed the very beginning of it. I missed like the first 10 minutes, so I have to go back and catch up on that. But I caught the meat of it and the what happened there. So
yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna get out of here. Gutters, as always, it's a fucking pleasure to be on here. I don't know why you invite me on here, but I love you either way. You know that.
I'm so glad you came and hung out with us. And you're always welcome.
Oh, thanks. LW and Mr. Duggar, they might be really liberal, but anytime you need somebody like me to come back on here and push back against their liberal thoughts, just let me know, okay?
Yeah.
If we get together around him for the first time, we're gonna hold him down and just tickle the shit out of him till he tees his pants.
You've been playing Rust too long.
You're gonna wake up hanging by one foot. It was that remark I made at Gutter, and I go, yeah, that sure was.
Somebody better get
later on,
video.
guys. I love all y'all. We got to end this shit sometime. It just can't go on, and on all night. So I do love all you guys. LW, you know I love you. Gunners, you know I love you. Bubs, you know I love you too, sir. You got a birthday coming up, Bubs. We got to talk about that. We got to talk about that. I haven't forgotten. I know when it is. So,
my birthday's in 6 days.
I know. All right. I'm sure you'll have your own party and cry if you want to. But,
39 again.
September.
All right. Love you guys. See you later.
I'm on my way out too in a little bit.
Yeah, love you. Good night.
I know Gutters is tired.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm ready to go to bed. I'm so glad you guys came and hung out with us. So,
Well, appreciate you inviting me on. I really enjoyed it.
yes, and you're always welcome.
4 minutes and you'll have 6 hours.
That's right. Oh, you remind me of my aunt. That's what she used to say. If you go to sleep right now, you'll have this many hours of sleep.
But you've been online. You've been on stream for 5 minutes and 55 minutes. 5 hours, 55 minutes. Now it's 56 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy. We started at 7 o'clock my time. But yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Time goes by when you're having some good stuff put in front of you.
That's right.
I'm sorry I had to ditch out. It just kind of how my whole day went. You know, the Astros lost. I didn't get the hamburger that I ordered. Spilt my Sprite. The Astros lost. Had my bass blowed up.
Holy fuck, that's a country song all in
No
one.
doubt.
I had my bass blowed up and the Astros lost. What kind of day do you think I had?
And you had to watch Kamala talk for 2 straight hours.
I had to watch
Jesus
Kamala, and I can't hear nothing else. I can't hear no more. It burnt my brain. God, what a stupid person. He tried to be articulate and wasn't. It was very foul of her to try to even keep telling that a president of the United States sitting there lying. That's probably the biggest part that I'll never, ever, ever, ever want to see again is somebody talking about somebody like that to their face instead of having intelligent conversation. Or let's break out the facts instead of calling them names and calling names and stuff. So, well, may the force be with you. Live
Good night,
long and prosper.
Good night, Mr. Duggar. Thank you for coming on.
All right, toodly doos.
Good night, Mr. Duggar.
Later, Bubs.
And God.
Good night, LW.
Good night, and I'll let you do your thing. Tell your audience goodbye and all that stuff. So I'll see you on the next one.
All right. Thanks so much, LW.
Bye.
Good night. All righty, everybody. I'm ready to go to bed. I even look it in my face. But I'm glad y'all came and hung out with us. Hung through to the bitter end. All 14 of you. Thank you so much. Because as you know, if it wasn't for all you, we wouldn't be here. But you will see me here on Friday morning for coffee at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard, 12 noon Eastern, for some coffee. So come hang out and just chit chat. Who knows? I'm sure we'll have more to bitch about at that point. But so yeah, thanks so much, and y'all have an awesome week. You've got how many days left in it? 3, 4? So yay. Thanks, y'all. And good night.